one of the videos is playing right now. But good evening, gamers. I am doing pretty well. My heart rate is going. I always get a little nervous. Hello Larry, welcome. How are you doing today? This fine day. Okay, back. Let me just like get into the game. Otherwise the opening videos will keep playing. Well, maybe that's okay actually. But yeah, excited to play more of this game today. Though only one bad thing happened last time, so I feel kind of nervous. Like we went a while without anything happening, anything bad happening, so I feel like somewhat near the start today something bad will happen. So I'm a little nervous. I'm doing good, how about you? I'm glad to hear it, Larry. Yeah, I've been doing pretty good. A little busy, maybe, but oh, another video starting. But hello community of 300, which is a very delusional stream. Thank you. Hello. How should I say your name, by the way? Just like Zor? XOR? But also hello, just a normal person, welcome. But what happened last stream? A lot. A lot happened. I don't even know where to begin. There have been these like strange, creepy murder incidents happening around Shibuya where we live. Well, where the main character lives, but he's also somewhat of a shut-in. Like, he goes to school sometimes. Just enough to pass, to graduate, but yeah, but then we come across a grisly scene. And there's this girl standing there and she's like nailed a bunch of tiny stakes into a body that is like hanging on the wall, and there's a lot of blood. Yeah, so then we get paranoid after that, and then we make a vow to just stay at home. But then there's a 3D girl. EMC is also like I don't like 3D women. I don't like 3D girls. Only 2D. But there's this one girl, a student from the school he goes to, that like follows him, but then they end up kind of hitting it off a bit. And he's like kind of paranoid about it, because he's like, this can't be real. Why is she being so nice to me and everything? But it seems like maybe he is starting to accept it now, but I feel like something bad will happen. I pronounce it as Sor, but either way works fine with me. Ah, I see. Because I forget how much more than I had in this year's TVH. Same if I saw that? Yeah, no. I would be so freaked out. I'd be scared out of my mind. Even just seeing it in the game, I was scared. But yeah. Okay, let me drink a little bit more water and then I'll start from the save file. I'm excited to meet all the rest of the characters we can see in these opening videos. But just hang on, give me a second here. Okay, I'm back. The anime of this game or only a game series? I'm not sure for this game specifically. In this game series though, there is Steins Gate though, which you know does have an anime. There is another installment in the series that also has an anime, I believe. There's a light novel for that one and the anime, but not a game, I think. But I can check that Reddit post. There's an anime we don't speak of it, is that bad? Oh really? I see. Murders aside, yeah, as the roof above his head, relatively stable and kind of playing together while going outside as little as possible. I guess so. Yeah. It's a terrible adaptation, I see. I guess I will probably never watch it then. I hope he'll be doing okay at the end of the game. Well, we'll see. There was like a scene at the beginning of the game also where it seems like the world has kind of ended, you know? And then he dies, but hopefully that's just like an outcome and not like the outcome, question mark, but we'll see. Okay, let me start for real now. Okay. Continue. Gold one. Let's pick this one. Well, there's no other ones, so, but... Confirm. Yes. Who's your favorite character? We've only met, like, 3 characters so far. I guess we've seen a little bit of 2 other ones, but... Or 3 other ones, I guess, technically. There's us. Our little sister, and then there's that one character with the glasses whose name I forgot. I'm so sorry. I'm really bad with names. Oh right, we are sitting with her at the park right now. We have to we can pick if we want to see a delusion right now, I guess, but yeah, and then we've seen the pink-haired girl. And we also saw the dark-haired girl. It's like navy bluish. And then the silver-haired girl too, but yeah, Nanami and seira-tan. Oh yeah, seira-tan. I guess if you count her as a character as well. Seira-tan. But okay, hold on. Oh no, what should I pick? I'm I don't know. I am curious to see what happens if we do a bad delusion. But I hope it will not be scary. But I am really curious. Sometimes our space and hearts in this 3D damsels. Oh. But then I feel like, but if we do this, will it ruin the moment we're having? Or will it be fine? Because I know last time, you know, we picked the green one and then we saw her in like the swimsuit, right? It didn't really change anything after, I think. So I don't know if they... Well, right now at least, I don't know if they have... If my choices will have consequences, but... Zoom so we can't see the option? Oh no, it just looks like this. There's just a little green thing here, and then a little red thing here. But hold on. Okay, I guess I'll see what it's like. Heartbeat. Hold on. Wait a minute. Something about this scene was really nagging at me. Oh, I'm nervous. And that thing was... Oh. The Ghetto Froggies. Characters that were popular with high school girls. But I'd seen those exact ones before, hadn't I? Where, though? Okay, I'm gonna half look away. Okay. It was in room 36! Yeah. Whenever I went to At Cafe, I always used room 36. Or 37! Meanwhile, room 36, the room next door, was always empty. But last week, the day I'd first met Yua, I'd been shocked to find that someone was actually using it. And they were looking at sites dedicated to New Gen, no less. Then, I'd come across Yua inside At Cafe, started panicking, then instantly made a run for it. No way. You can't be serious. Was it really her? Back then, in that room. I thought he already knew this, did he not? I looked at Yua, who was still sitting on the bench. Her eyes stared at me from behind her glasses, and her gaze collided with mine. It was the first time we'd properly made eye contact since we'd met. There was still a smile on her face for a brief moment, but it quickly changed into a puzzled look. What sort of expression was I making? I couldn't tell. I turned my gaze toward her bag, toward the toy straps attached to it once again. I felt the air change as she gasped in response. A golden leaf fell off a branch, swaying in the wind, and ever so gently, ever so gracefully, danced through the air. All sorts of thoughts flashed through my mind. I didn't really understand why, but Ghetto Froggies were popular, so having a few of them dangling from your bag wasn't anything unusual. But on that day, you had probably been there in room 36, and all this time, she never mentioned it even once. And to make matters worse, she'd been researching New Gen. I'd almost completely forgotten about those incidents already, but I'd been a witness in one of them. That gruesome spectacle revived itself again in my mind, and then... I saw a flash of the culprit's face.
これですか? ゲロカエルンって言うんです。何人かの友達にもらっちゃって、気がついたら3つになってまして。
Yua's smile had gotten slightly stiffer. She reached out for her bag, trying to take the Ghetto Froggy straps off of it.
最近
She was like going ladies using the straps. I know, right? Like, that's pretty normal behavior, I think. Yua's hands are trembling. She frantically tried to pull them off of her bag, but they just wouldn't budge.
変だな。どうして外れないんでしょう。ちょっと待ってくださいね。西条くんにも見せてあげ。
wait. Why is she still talking to me? I'm gonna look away. Yua pulled on the straps a bit too hard, causing the bag to fall off the bench. The bag was unzipped, so all of her notebooks and textbooks spilled out onto the ground. Was only 100, yeah. Silly me. But are these news articles? Just a few minutes ago. I might have even thought of Yua's ditziness as moe, but at the present moment I was just frozen in place, and that was because... One of the fallen notebooks had flipped open. Tons of notes and newspaper snippets were scattered across the ground. It looked like it was some sort of scrapbook, and all the notes, all the newspaper snippets, everything, was focused on a certain string of cases. And its name was written there, clear as day. New Gen. Dun dun dun. My voice came out ragged. Yua, in a panic, started frantically gathering everything up and shoving it back into her bag. bloody knife, imagine. I mean, I think that feasibly could happen in this universe. Once she did, she held the bag close to her chest and stood up. She looked toward me and nodded, her expression intensely uncomfortable. Her smile from before was nowhere to be found.
それは
Yua didn't answer. Why wouldn't she talk to me? Please, just say something. Anything. Even still, she said nothing, which meant she must have realized that she'd been caught red-handed. I'd wanted to trust her so badly, and I'd been just starting to think that maybe Yua was actually on my side, that she could have been an ally. Seira-tan. Oh, oops. Wait, no. I didn't mean to hit the escape key. In the end, Seira was right. 3D girls are the worst pieces of shit imaginable. Every last one of them. Yua never liked me at all. She only wanted to get close because she had ulterior motives. Maybe she wanted to turn me into the police. Or maybe she wanted to blackmail me. God damn it. God effing damn it. I'd almost forgotten all about that incident, yet here we go again. The police had never questioned me, so I thought that maybe, just maybe, I could go on pretending it had nothing to do with me. All I wanted was to get away from those stupid murders. So why? What the hell was Yua really after here? No, I didn't even care anymore. I just wanted to run away as far as I could, so I went to turn around. But... Yua quickly grabbed my wrist.
逃げるの？
Oh! Serious voice. Her voice sent chills down my spine. Her tone was so cold, it felt like my body might freeze over. It didn't even feel like she was the same person. It wasn't the Yua I thought I knew. And her grip... I'm scared. Her grip was way tighter than I'd have expected. It wasn't normal. Jolts of pain ran through my arm. My bones felt like they were being crushed. I tried to shake her off me, but she wouldn't let go. In fact, she was pulling me toward her, practically pinning my arm behind my back.
逃
Okay.
げるの？
No. No. From behind me, right by my ear, I heard a whisper that crushed any emotion I had left. With a shiver, I slowly turned around. Let me drink some water first. Okay. Oh, okay. Serious facial expression. No light. She was staring at me. There was no longer any color left in those eyes of hers.
逃がさないよ。
Ah,
騙してたことは謝るけど、お互い様だし。
she was lying to us.
あなただって
Not the only
隠
one
してたこ
though.
とあるよね。
Oh. Yeah, I guess. Well, I'm hiding things? Only a single thing crossed my mind. Somehow, she knew that I had witnessed that staking murder. She knew that I had seen the perpetrator. And that was most likely why she tried to get close to me. Damn. I knew she was good. Too good. She'd had me wrapped around her little finger. Everything she told me was a lie. Her taking an interest in me from just one glance. Her liking Bloodtune. Her arranging to go with me to pick up the seira post-awakening version figure from the store when it went on sale. All her nice little comments as she'd listened to what I had to say. Her wanting to get to know me better. Her being worried about me when I didn't come to school. Her saying that she respected me. Everything. Everything that came from her mouth had been a lie. That thought killed me inside. I was overwrought with grief. I tightly clenched my fists. Why had I believed a single effing thing she'd said?
本当はもっと時間をかけて調べたかったんだけど、バレちゃったからしょうがないよね。あなたに聞いてもらいたい話があるの。聞いて
Okay.
くれるよね。
Well, I think we're being forced
聞か
to,
ないなら言わ
so...
ないよ。
Well...
あなたは聞くべきよ。
Okay. Okay, I'll listen.
聞いて。聞くでしょ。
Yes?
聞かないなら。
So insistent. What? What'll happen if I don't listen? Yo was almost a completely different person now. The gentle and carefree atmosphere from earlier was completely gone now. She felt completely unapproachable now. The atmosphere felt bizarre, like one molded from utter obsession. Her tone was as composed as could be, though perhaps cold as ice was a better description. Her usual femininity was completely gone. No, I didn't want to listen. I tried to cover my ears, but I couldn't. Yua was holding onto one of my arms. Her grip was weaker than a second ago, but she still didn't let go. I couldn't move my hand. And while we were in that deadlock, she took a dark gray shiny object from her bag and held it out to me. Ah, the steak. Oh, did she find it in our room the other day? Or I was petrified. But how do we do not listen? I don't want to know what happens. My heart skipped a beat. Any composure I had left was gone. I was so shocked, the hand that was going to cover my ear just fell to my side. Before long, Yua's voice, now sounding almost regretful, reached my
この
ears.
十字架に見覚えあるよね。
Yeah. Of course, I definitely seen it before. Okay, maybe she got it from the scene of the crime, question mark? I wasn't sure what it was at first, but I quickly realized. It might have looked like a cross, but it was, in fact, a stake. And stakes with such a unique shape were not something you'd see every day. Or at the very least, I had only come across them once. That night, scattered across that alleyway. That night, as the demon girl nailed them into the wall. That night, as a corpse was being nailed onto the wall.
やっぱり知ってるのね。知ってるんでしょ。知ってるに決まってる。知らないなんて言わせない。知ってなくちゃおかしい。
All of her statements are so making me nervous.
知ってるよね。
I mean, well,
知ってるよね。
she's putting the pressure on. I frantically shook my head in denial. A disgusting cold sweat broke out on my brow. All I could do was wipe it away as I kept shaking my head as hard as I could.
これ。あなたの部屋にあったの。
Ah, that was from our room.
あなたの部屋。ベッドの下。床に落ちてた。落ちてたの。落としたよね。それとも
So scary.
とにかく落ちてた。落ちてたの。
Who the hell was this girl? When had she searched my room? Was it the day we'd first met? When my leg got injured and she'd come all the way to my room with me? And she'd seen my Santa figures and her face lit up all cute, like a effing Christmas tree?
この杭、外国製のすごく珍しい杭なのよ。
Manufactured abroad. Wow, fancy.
ニュージェネ第3の事件で使われた杭と同じ。同じなの。同じよね。同じなのは間違いない。同じよ。遺体を壁に貼り付けにした杭と同じ。
I was convinced. This woman thought that I was the culprit behind Nugent. She thought I was some kind of insane cutthroat murderer. She thinks she was a detective or something. What did she call herself? Kusunoki Ace high school detective. Oh. Oh. She might have worked in anime or video games. But this was real life, and little did she know her reasoning had a fatal flaw. I knew who the real killer was. I'd seen her with my own 2 eyes. I'd seen that demon myself. Sure, I didn't know her name, but she'd been wearing the Suime uniform, which meant that she was someone I could know.
だから
Yua suddenly hung her head and let out a small sigh. She loosened her grip on my wrist even more, then finally let go.
それ以上でもそれ以下でもないです。
Okay, she's back.
ただ、あなたが知ってるかどうかを確かめたかっただけ。
Hmm.
本当はまだ言うつもりじゃなかったですし。
I wonder though, is she actually a student then? Or what she meant by yet?
それじゃあ、もう一つ確認させてください。
Was it just approaches? Since it's, okay.
あな
Yeah,
たには
sure. Oh,
予知能力がありますか？
cognition. Precognitive powers.
は？
I couldn't help but just stand there with my mouth open. Cognitive powers? What did that have to do with the incidents? I tilted my head to the side, utterly perplexed. As I did, Yua's hand retreated into her bag once more, before taking out a picture printed in full color.
予知能力があるって思わなきゃ納得できないような画像データをあなたが持っていたから。
The picture was that grotesque one Shogun had sent me. Why did Yua have it?
これ
あなたはどうしてニュージェネ第3の事件の再現画像を持っているんですか？
Huh? We have it?
この画像が流出したのは事件の前日です。あなたの使った PC にキャッシュが残ってました。
Ah! Was she looking around at our computer?
違う。
I got that image earlier that day when I chatted with Shogun. I hadn't made it myself. I downloaded it, so it must have still been in my history. That's it, I'll just show Yua that. Still though, how had Yua even gotten this image in the first place? She'd said it'd been in my computer's cache, but how would she have known that? When you had come into my room, she definitely hadn't had the time to snip around my
ま
PC.
さか君が将軍か。
Was she trying to frame me? It was all a setup by Yua. She was the new gen killer, and now she was going to use me as a scapegoat in order to throw off the police, wasn't she?
助けて。
It was all too much. Why'd it have to be me of all people? Was it because I was a freak? Was it because I had no friends? Yua didn't say a word. She just shook her head lightly.
その画像はアットカフェルーム37の PC から拾ったんです。あなたの PC もできれば調べたかったんですけど、その機会はさすがにありませんでした。
Room 37, that was the one I always used. She really did her research. Yua looked at me with a slightly apologetic look. It almost felt like she turned back into the Yua I knew, if only for a moment. And while that happened, she started fishing around in her bag once more, but this time she took out a page with text on it, then held it out to me. Like, oh yeah. I had a bad feeling about this. Alarm bells were going off in my head, telling me not to look. But there was no way I could ignore it, because if I did, then I'd surely end up being framed.
それが
Okay.
あなたのすべてです。
Everything there is you. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that again. What? What the hell is that supposed to mean? That means she had all of my personal information too? Was Yua some sort of hacker? I reached out and grabbed the printout, all while my heart was pounding out of my chest. To my surprise, the page didn't have my personal information. It was just some chat log. Two members of the chat log were Needhart and Shogun. And all those images.
そのログ変ですよね。
え？
What was so strange about it? Looked like a perfectly normal chat log to me. I definitely remembered having this conversation with Shogun.
ナイト・ハルトと将軍の
Timestamps. Monday. Huh.
発言時間が全然噛み合ってないんです。
Got chills.
あ、
Huh? What the hell? How is this possible?
そこにあるナイトハルトは西条くん。そして翌日、あなたはアットカフェに行ってます。西条くんがアットカフェに行くのは学校帰りと決まってる。そして学校に行くのは週に 2.5 回。あなたのクラスメイトから聞いた。
She's really been
先週あなたが学校に
investigating us, huh?
月曜日、水曜日、木曜日。先週の月曜日は9月29日。将軍の発言時間と同じ日です。
What? What was she talking about?
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。そこから分かったことは。
For just a moment, Yua hesitated. Then she stared straight at me before breaking the cold, unfeeling truth to me.
あなた一人の自作自演。
Ah. No way. Don't look at me.
将軍は
Don't look at me.
あなた自身。
I'm scared. I'm scared. Are we good?
何も見たくない。
Okay.
何も聞きたくない。時間は一定じゃない。記憶には矛盾がある。視界にはエラーがある。地球は回ってない。これはきっとゲームなんだ。
Oh, we're back. I stuffed my mouth with some fish sausage as I turned on my PC.
僕じゃない。
Oh, before long, my monitor shone brightly with my seira-tan
僕
wallpaper.
がいるべき世界は
I went straight to ESO and opened it up without an ounce of
こ
hesitation.
こじゃないんだ。
Oh, chapter 1, Eyes and Eyes. Finish chapter 1. Oh, nice. Okay, chapter 2, click me. Oh, flashback. And boom, boom. Quick, get on if you're going on the field trip. All aboard. Lying face down on the floor, Nishijo Takumi held a colored pencil in his hand. The one he was currently using was yellow, having switched from a red one only a few minutes ago. Because from the friend, hello Fiera, welcome. He joyously ran his pencil across the spread-out sketchbook, which he was nearly lying on top of. Takumi loved drawing pictures. He would always doodle on the edges of his notes during every lesson at school. The morning news had been left running in the background, but since news and the like was boring to a 4th grader like Takumi, he did not pay it any mind. Vroom vroom! Candy, get your candy here! Only 300 yen. He was drawing a yellow bus and pretending he was the driver. All ashore that's going ashore, we're heading out. Vroom! As he imagined the scene in his head, he made it actually happen in the picture. Times where he would get too excited and accidentally draw on the tatami beneath him were not exactly infrequent. Nanami, who would always read manga beside him, would scold him each time he did it. She had some nerve considering she was the little sister, usually saying things along the lines of, "Oh, come on, don't get the floor all dirty." So good as a stream, good as your day. Alright, see you Larry, thank you for watching. I shall. Even so, Takumi never became any less immersed in his art. However, when he got to the point of drawing the people in the window, his hand suddenly stopped. Then he ripped up the sketchbook and threw it away. On the previous day, on the day where the autumn field trip had only been one more day away, Takumi had suddenly been told by his parents that he couldn't go, even though it had been something he had been looking forward to for a very long time. Aww. So much so that he had been in a constant state of excitement for the entire day, wanting the next to arrive as soon as possible. That cruel declaration from his parents was something Takumi absolutely could not accept. He kicked and screamed, saying he would definitely go no matter what, but it was no use. His parents would not listen no matter what he said, choosing only to repeat the same words again and again. "You just can't. We're doing this for you, Takumi." Takumi sank into his bed and trembled with so much frustration he was very close to ripping his futon to shreds. He resented his parents from the bottom of his heart. For Takumi, that field trip had been a big, big event that could not have come soon enough. Everyone else in his class could go, but he alone was not allowed to. From his perspective, that was beyond unreasonable. Takumi was in a lonely world. Everyone else was in a super fun world. To him, it felt like he alone had been completely cut off from it. He could not forgive the teacher, his classmates, anyone. They had all left him behind. And he especially could not forgive his parents for their sudden unfair decision. Those feelings transformed into pure hatred toward his parents and toward all of his classmates. Takumi bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. He muttered curses at them over and over. I don't think anyone should be allowed to go. The following morning arrived. The phone had been ringing over and over again since dawn. Each time his mother would pick up the phone, she seemed to be very shaken while talking. Takumi could not get even a wink of sleep. Did something happen at the bus? The clock passed 9 a.m. In her usual well-behaved manner, Nanami was sitting on a floor cushion reading manga. She had told Takumi the day before, "I'm gonna take a break from school to keep you company, okay?" As if she thought it was the obvious thing for her to do. Their father had already gone to work, so he was not around. Their mother was very busy with the phone calls and had yet to prepare breakfast. Okay, wait, I'm gonna BRB real quick, actually. I need to use the restroom. Give me a second. Let me put a poll up. I think I've asked this question before, but no. What did I do from this one? Okay. Alright, I will BRB now. Actually, okay, let me take off the heart tracker. I feel like it'd be weird to keep it off. I don't know. Let me take it off. Okay. I BRB. I'm back. Gotta headphones back on and the heart rate monitor. It's kind of funny. My heart rate was kind of high, I guess, when I took it off, so it just looks like it's been constantly 106, but fries are the best. They are really good. I am a fry enjoyer as well. Well, but, you know, it's hard to say, because I do like tater tots quite a bit too, you know? And hash browns. I love hash browns. I was going somewhere the other day in the morning, and I was like, oh man, I really want to get like a hash brown from somewhere, you know, like drive through, but by the time we like found a place, it was like past breakfast time, so I was like, no, my hash brown. Hash browns. I like them a lot. Based on polls, so awaiting poll results is the scariest part of the stream so far. I guess so. But, okay. Let me continue on. Actually, wait, give me a second. Okay. Okay. Let me eat another cough drop too, actually. They're so yummy. Okay. There was no need for him to go to school that day. Sullen as he was, Takumi opened his sketchbook and began drawing to distract himself. His feelings of rage refused to subside, so he tore up the sketchbook in frustration. As he did that, however... Nanami sounded puzzled. Takumi had thought she was talking about his picture, but her gaze was actually aimed at the TV. Nanami called out loudly to their mother, who was still busy with the phone calls. Not listening, Takumi followed his sister's gaze and stared vacantly at the TV screen. The screen displayed a scene of a collapsed elevated highway. A section that was only about 50 meters long had fallen. Regrettably, a bus driving along there at the time had been caught up in the collapse, toppling onto its side beneath the overpass. It was the very same bus that Takumi should have been on, the bus his classmates were riding on. Oh no, dun dun dun. In just a single glance, Takumi could imagine exactly what had happened. His classmates were on the screen. Saka will no longer join schools in the near future, yeah. One child was sobbing, another had blood all over their forehead, and another was lying atop a stretcher being carried into an ambulance. The reporter was announcing the state of the accident with a grave look on their face, but Takumi did not really understand what they were talking about. His mom? Oh wait, I forgot to get rid of the BRB, oops. Let me take that away now. His mother was standing at the entrance to the room, holding a cordless phone. Her face was pale. Died. For some reason, Takumi was already sure of this. Everything happening on the TV was eerily similar to what he had pictured in his head the night before, when he had been overwhelmed by frustration and hatred. There was only one feeling that occupied the depths of his mind, a peculiar conviction, one where he was sure that he had precognitive abilities. Long ago, a show on TV that examined people who claimed to have ESP had been etched into Takumi's mind. A person with precognitive abilities had appeared on the show, shocking the world by demonstrating frightening ESP in the experiment. The experiment verified whether or not the psychic could guess which of 12 items were placed in which numbered box. They did this by placing the subject in a different room, then proceeding to have them predict which cards with the item name on them belonged to which box. Afterward, staff members in the other room would place the actual items into boxes, then verify how many the psychic foretold. The person on the show received an incredible 90% correct, causing an uproar among the entertainers. As this happened, Takumi tested if he could predict things the same way the psychic on TV did, only to get every single one correct. Of course, he did not tell anyone else about this. So, as he gazed up at the TV, he believed that the accident was yet another instance of his precognitive predictions being exactly right.
クラスの半数以上の子が怪我したらしくて。なんてこと。
His mother tried hugging him as he lay down, but Takumi avoided her grasp and crawled to the corner of the
で
room.
も本当によかったわ。
Her eyes swam about as she whispered in a hollow voice.
今日タクちゃんを休ませておいて。本当によかった。
But how did they know? They said it's for his own good, right? Takumi felt sick. They were useless, he thought to himself. His abilities had not made a single difference. Just thinking about it made his heart turn to ice in an instant. After that, Takumi stopped speaking to others for a while. He quite literally went mute. He did not say a single word to another soul. His parents worried about him, and their already overprotective habits escalated even further. Finding them to be acting more and more ridiculous, Takumi thus decided to play the role of a mute boy. He thought of it as revenge against them. Due to his complete lack of talking, his mother took him to be seen in the psychiatry ward of the general hospital, and there he was diagnosed with PTSD. Since Takumi did not actually have PTSD or anything of the sort, he never once took his medicine, he merely pretended to. Zam. His parents never realized he was acting, and in the end he didn't feel even a hint of pity as they worried themselves sick over him. Okay, back to present day. Welcome to the kingdom of ESO. Everything felt like a lie. The world was filled with falsities. It was overflowing with malice. It was out to get me.
いつもあなたが使っているチャットルームへログインして自分で調べてみてください。
Take a look.
私の言っていることが間違っていないってわかるはずです。それと、私が言ったことは全部本心です。これだけは信じて。
After bombarding me with her nonsensical theories, you had said that one last thing before she'd left. There is no way I could believe her. How the hell was I supposed to believe someone that had been lying to me this entire time? I refused to believe that everything there was me, like Yua had said. Everything she'd said about me being Shogun was a total joke. I wanted to believe that. Here's our new jump scare. But when I checked the timestamps in the chat log, there was no mistaking that the conversation wasn't matching up.
僕は
Seira. New tip, sleepwalking.
無遊病なの。
Problem was, during the time Shogun appeared to be posting in chat, I hadn't been sleeping at all. If I recalled correctly, I had indeed been at cafe at that time, but I hadn't slept, so I couldn't have been sleepwalking. In that case, I wondered why I didn't have any memories of posting as Shogun. Maybe my body had been being controlled by someone else, which would mean... No, that's ridiculous. Escape. Stop. I felt that the best way to calm myself down was to escape from reality into the fictional world of ESO. In ESO, everything was fake, a lie. At the end of the day, its world was just part of a video game. But in Baselard, I could become the godlike existence known as Needheart. A fabrication like that, a lie like that, was something I'd readily accept. I wanted to stay there. Nobody would mind if I did, would they? Or maybe the world of ESO is actually the real world, and my own reality was the fake one. Just a game. In that case, Nishijo Takumi would be a fictional character, and Needheart would be my true form.
ねえ、ナイトハルト。
I called out to the paladin standing inside the monitor. Was I controlling you, or were you controlling me? Which was it? Could you be real, and I a mere avatar? What if the world I was in was just a game in and of itself? If that were true, that would solve every mystery I was struggling with. What if, just like how I was staring at Needheart within my monitor, what if someone was staring at me in the exact same way? Well, I mean, I guess I am. Whose eyes are those eyes? That would make them the player controlling me. If I did have someone controlling me. Would it kill them to do less of a shit job? Well, I guess an avatar couldn't really complain. It would also explain how Shogun and I could be the same person, validating that theory. Come to think of it, it was kind of like what Lisa-Lot was. Needheart and Lisa-Lot couldn't possibly exist in Baselard at the same time. I was the only one playing as them, after all. Thanks an extreme tuning. Maybe Shogun and Nishijo Takumi were similar and couldn't exist in the world at the same time. It was also possible that it was a bug. Speaking of bugs, encountering that bizarre girl in a murder case, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff that had happened, could have been bugs too. Okay. The image Shogun had sent me flashed through my mind. I gripped my head with my hands and frantically shook it away. I wanted to run away from everything. If, maybe, just maybe, there was a player controlling me. Please, reset me already. Just remake my character and start from scratch. Please. Oh. Okay. Hospital. The waiting room of the university hospital was filled to the brim with middle-aged people waiting to be examined. The view hadn't changed from a few years prior. It almost made me feel as if time itself had stopped there. Moreover, everyone there looked miserable, and the smell of disinfectant pervaded the stagnant air. It was the kind of place that sucked all the life out of you and made you wish for the sweet embrace of death in 5 minutes tops. I didn't like hospitals. The way the lobbies had countless people, yet the corridors beyond felt completely devoid of them, had always freaked me out ever since I was a little kid. It almost felt like the corridors themselves absorbed and stewed in the stench of death. I always felt like that was what a hospital truly represented beyond its outer facade. I even thought that some horrifying creature was lying in wait deep within the corridors. That was why I really didn't want to go there. But there was something I had to make sure of no matter what, so I found myself reluctantly waiting my turn in line for an examination. Even when I tried to fully immerse myself in ESO, the bombshell that you had dropped on me continued to swirl around and around inside my head, and I hadn't been able to concentrate for even a second. As a result, my mind had been torturing me with all the various possibilities all the way until morning, and I genuinely become scared that something was wrong with me. That was why I went to the hospital, to get an official stamp of approval from a medical professional that said, Nishijo Takumi is completely normal. I wanted to prove that it wasn't me who was abnormal, but Yua. I was used to coming to the hospital psych ward, And yet, when the girl at the reception asked, "Is this your first time?" I nodded without thinking. Ever since that bus accident, my mother had regularly taken me here for checkups. During middle school, my physician had said that I had completely recovered, and I stopped going after that. It was my first time coming back in about 4.5 years. Oh. Doctor. My first physician had been some senile professor who was supposed to have some authority in the field, but I'd only seen him a few times, and after that someone else had taken over, a student of his or something. Let's go green. I guess. Actually, let me save as well. Was it 1? Yeah. Okay. Although, despite calling himself the other guy's student, he hadn't been particularly young. To be honest, he looked pretty old. The night before, I was reminded of something that Dr. Takashina had said.
ここは病気や怪我だけじゃなくて心にも効く病院なんだよ。
I hated hospitals, but that doctor had been very nice. He left a good impression on me, and I thought he was a good person. Well, even then, I'd still thoroughly fooled all the adults to the very end. That is, except Dr. Takashina. He'd seen through it all, and he was the one that declared me completely recovered. So I didn't do much today, or did you go no delusion? I didn't notice? No, yeah, I did go red, but nothing happened, really. It seems like, at least.
あの人に調べてもらえれば。
I wondered what he'd say if I learned that I'd become an otaku freak. Nah, there's no way he'd remember me after all this time. Well, you never know. Okay. We're woozy. It didn't take long for me to be called into the examination room. I expected to be waiting there for quite a while, but I guess I was wrong. Why had there been so many people in the lobby then? Maybe they were being paid to sit there just to make it look busy. Imagine. It was a different examination room than the one from 4 years ago. But when I stepped inside, I was welcomed with a face I remembered dearly.
やあ、西条くん。
Hello, do you remember us? Seems like maybe, yes. Dr. Takashina rose to his feet with a familiar smile, then reached his hand out to me. Realizing he was searching for a handshake, I hurriedly reciprocated.
また君に会えて嬉しいよ。
Aw, he does remember.
いや、嬉しいというのは変かな。君にしてみれば、またここに来るというのは辛いことなわけだからね。
Despite it being 4 years since we'd last seen each other, he was incredibly friendly. My slight nervousness that I'd been struggling with was eased in seconds. Aw.
それで、今日はどうしたんだい？
He gestured for me to sit down, and so I did. Likely due to all the tension melting away, I told him everything about what had happened to me and what might happen to me in the future. I stumbled over my words many times, probably because I wasn't used to talking so much, but Dr. Takashina didn't rush me. He listened to me intently with a serious look on his face, while offering occasional interjections to make sure I knew he was following. Of course, I also told him everything about Yua and the demon girl. I considered that doing so might be dangerous, but right now he was the only person I could rely on. Well, I hope he really is a good person. It is nice that he feels like he can trust him, you know?
結論から先に言おうか。
After hearing everything I had to say, Dr. Takashina pondered for a moment, then began to speak.
君は正常だよ。何の問題もない。
ほんと ですか？
もちろん。
Those are the words I'd wanted to hear more than anything. I dragged myself to the hospital for the sole purpose of hearing them. I was scared that he'd tell me there was something wrong with me, and I had no idea what I would have done if he had. But getting checked out by Dr. Takashina had been the right choice after all.
むしろおかしいのはその楠木さんという女性だね。西条くんの話だけで判断するのは難しいが、おそらくその女性は精神的な障害を患っているだろう。
I feel like this is not very professional for him to be saying.
今後君に危険を及ぼすような行動に出る可能性がある。すぐに警察に通報しよう。
え？
The police? True, that was probably the safest option. He was right. There had to be something wrong with Yua. She was batshit insane. The thought of her stalking me again sent shivers down my spine.
もちろん
He's
僕
talking
も
about
責任を持って
Yeah, I guess
君を保護
so.
するつもりだ。
Looking at me with a powerful, reassuring gaze, Dr. Takashina clapped his hand on my shoulder encouragingly. He even handed me his business card, complete with his phone number. So going
何か問題
Lucia.
が起きたらいつでも連絡をくれて構わないよ。24時間いつでも君のところに飛んでいくからね。
Imagine.
いいんですか？
当たり前だよ。僕は君の主治医なんだから。
I was on the verge of tears. Oh, I was truly grateful to be under his care. From the bottom of my heart. Doctors as good as him were hard to find nowadays.
悪魔女のことについても通報した方が良さそうだね。西条くん、君の見たその女がニュージェネの真犯人で間違いないよ。これはものすごい目撃証言だ。
Dr. Takashina seemed somewhat excited, but you couldn't tell from his tone. As always, he spoke
事
calmly.
件は西条くんのおかげで解決だ。君は渋谷のヒーローだよ。僕はこの瞬間に立ち会えて実に光栄に思う。
This music! I was a hero? When is he going to come back to reality? I feel bad for choosing this option. Taku. This wasn't ESO. There's no way someone like me could be a hero. No way in hell. When I imagined it, my face just about broke into a grin. The slide! Middle school girls, high school girls, college girls, MILFs, all of them would be screaming my name and how much they love me. I'd be renowned all over the world as one of the most charismatic people to ever live. This is so... Takajima spending hours waiting for doctor? I guess so. As long as he is still going to see the doctor normally after this, I guess there's nothing wrong with this per se, but being a TV celebrity sounded cool and all, but I didn't want to appear in front of people, so I'd create a startup company, and so he's really going through with this situation in his head, huh? Then, I'd become a hugely charismatic boss making the big bucks. I'd be surrounded by a harem of beautiful secretaries serving my every need, and of course, I'd trip all their flags and make them go crazy over me. I'd have a high-rise apartment in Roppongi and hire a bunch of cute maids. It'd be like my own personal maid cafe. Jake. Oh.
まさに勝ち組。
Okay, we're back. I abruptly came to my senses, only to find myself sitting on a sofa in the lobby. Unable to grasp what exactly was going on, I frantically looked around the room. Beside me was a hunched-over old lady. Her eyes were covered in wrinkles, so I couldn't tell whether she was actually asleep or awake. I took a look at the clock above the reception desk, and I saw that I'd been waiting in the lobby for a full hour. Had that all just been a dream? I hadn't slept last night, so had I dozed off while waiting? How glorious it would be if that dream was actually real. Talk about disappointing. Alright. In the end, I found myself waiting for another 2 hours before my dream name was finally called. Reality. When I entered the examination room, it almost felt like the same events I'd seen in that dream were happening again. Dr. Takashina even appeared almost exactly like he had in the dream. Nah, it was probably just that he'd barely changed since the last time I saw him 4 years ago. But this time, he didn't rise from his seat, nor did he offer to shake my hand.
今日はどうしました?
Okay. And unlike the dream, he didn't seem especially happy to see me again.
西条です。
ん? ああ、これはご丁寧に。
He doesn't remember. Well, it do be like that.
高階です。はじめまして。
It is kind of hard not to take things like this personally, but he bowed his head cheerfully. I was lost for words. It's a pleasure to meet you. That was what he just said. He'd completely forgotten me. I shouldn't be surprised. It'd been 4 years after all. But I truly believed that Dr. Takashina, of all people, would remember me. Maybe that was arrogant, but I'd hoped for it all the same. So my heart was overwhelmed with loneliness and emptiness when those expectations were smashed to pieces. It felt like my very existence was being denied. Dr. Takashina started talking to me while making eye contact, but I averted my eyes.
無遊病かどうか調べてほしいと書いてあるが、何かあったのかな?
Right, I'd written that on the questionnaire, but it was all meaningless now. He didn't remember me at all. No, you can still talk with him.
別にいいじゃん。
seira-tan.
先生が覚えてようが覚えてなかろうが関係ないっしょ。最初の目的を忘れちゃダメ。
Your mission. All right. I hadn't come here to meet Dr. Takashina. I'd come here to prove that I was a completely healthy and sane human being. Our reunion was merely a bonus. Who gives a shit if he'd forgotten me? If seira-tan hadn't stepped in and given me that advice, I would have come dangerously close to losing sight of myself. Phew! His weird tendency to grasp news phrase whether 2D or 3D expects them to solve all his problems. Yeah. Taku.
自分でも知らないうちに外に出かけててパソコンで文章打っててそれを全く覚えてないなんてありえますか?
I feel bad for him.
おお。
知り合いからそう指摘されて混乱しちゃって。
その知り合いの人が冗談を言っているっていう可能性はあると思うかい?
Yua's eyes had been serious. It hadn't looked at all like she was messing with me. At the very least, I had no doubt that Yua believed what she said.
わかりません。
なるほど。ちなみにその知り合いとはどういう関係だろう? 恋人?
はあ?
Where the hell had that come from? And what did it have to do with anything? Was I missing something here?
いや、言い方が悪かったかな。じゃあ言い直そう。その知り合いの人は、君が意識もないまま歩き回っているのを実際に目撃したのかな?
Oh, so that's what he meant. I shook my head.
じゃあ、証拠はないわけだ。
Yeah, I once again shook my head.
そいつ、探偵気取りって、いろいろ証拠を突きつけてきて。
うん、そういうことか。ちなみに、これまでにも無遊病の兆候はあったかい？
いえ。
朝目覚めたらいつものベッドじゃなくて違う場所で寝てたっていうことは過去に一度でもあった？
いえ。
Sleepwalking seems pretty scary.
じゃあその知り合いに言われたのが初めてっていうことだね。
After nodding weakly, I steeled myself and spoke.
僕、寝てないんです。
もしかして怖いのかな。でもそんなに深刻になる必要はないよ。
いや、
That's not what I meant. But I couldn't figure out how to explain it, and it was too late to say it out loud anymore. I was too flustered. After scribbling something on a medical form, Dr. Takashina swiveled away from me in his chair and leaned forward toward the back of the examination room.
葉月くん、ちょっと。
はい。
So cute. The young nurse rushed over to him, and Dr. Takashina showed her the form. As he did so, he whispered for her to do something, and she quickly withdrew to the back of the room. What had that been about? The doctor turned back toward my puzzled self. Then, in a gentle voice, he began to explain to me how sleepwalking worked. When a person falls asleep, they first begin non-REM sleep before eventually progressing to REM sleep. Non-REM sleep is a deeper sleep where the brain hibernates and brain activity ceases. Meanwhile, REM sleep is a kind of sleep where the body is resting, but the brain is active in a state that's fairly close to being awake.
無遊病はノンレム睡眠の時に起きやすいって言われてる。脳が通常の活動をしていないから普通の受け答えとかは成立しにくいけど、ちゃんと返事もするし、階段などを踏み外さずに上り下りすることだってできる。原因としては精神的なストレスを抱えてる時になりやすいんだ。子供に多い症状だけど成人でもよくある症状なんだよ。
But I hadn't been sleeping. Even though I hadn't been sleeping, I'd still done things I didn't remember. The time Shogun had been posting from room 37 in the chat room should have been when I was busy playing ESO. Could sleepwalking really be possible there? I wanted to ask him that, but he was already moving to a different topic.
無遊病かどうかを調べる方法としてはいくつかある。一番手っ取り早いのはここのベッドで寝てもらうことだね。ただ特定条件じゃないと発生しない場合もあるかもしれない。意識がない状態で出歩くにしても目的もなくふらふらと歩き続けるのか、それとも何らかの強迫観念があってそれに影響されて何らかの、それに君の精神状態についても特定の条件下じゃないとダメかもしれない。どうする？とりあえず寝ていってみるかい？
I had nothing to lose, so I didn't see a reason not to try. Yeah, might as well, I mean. And even if it doesn't work out, you can rest up a bit. Then, after I proved I wasn't sleepwalking, I could try asking the real question I had in mind. The nurse from before, Hazuki-san or something, guided me over to the hospital bed located at the back of the room. As it wasn't a bed meant for sleeping, it was firm and uncomfortable. Then again, considering the sofa I usually slept on, that shouldn't pose any problems for me.
3時間くらいしたら起こしに来ますから。
Okay, 3 hours. This nurse was pretty damn cute. As I lied on the bed, I took a quick peek at her face while being careful to avoid eye contact. Her baby face made her look kind of unreliable, and she even had this almost despondent aura about her, but she was doing her job pretty well.
できるだけ目は離さないようにしていますので、安心して眠ってくださいね。
Okay. Basically, if symptoms of sleepwalking occurred, Like I started wandering around on my own, she'd make sure to take care of me.
それではごゆっくり。
Okay, good night. If we can fall asleep. After giving a slight smile, the nurse closed the curtain and left the hospital room. Now surrounded by a pure white curtain, I took a deep breath. All around me, I could hear the voices of doctors examining patients, the sound of nurses running around, and the sound of the door to the examination room opening and closing. Yeah. I doubted I'd be able to relax here. Could I actually fall asleep like this? I hope you can. Figuring I had nothing to lose, I closed my eyes. No matter what I did, my mind refused to think of anything other than that corpse that had been massacred and crucified with stakes, as well as the gory pictures Shogun had sent me. So, I forcibly conjured seira-tan into my head. I mean, okay.
タッキー、外出嫌いなのに病院来るなんてすごい。
I mean, mildly concerned for what we would see if I actually did pick this, you know? With seira-tan. But I'm curious. I'm curious, but also, I mean, it couldn't be that bad, right? Surely. Let me save. Oh, that was the wrong button. Okay. Okay. Should I just go for it? Actually, wait. I should have I don't. Maybe I should have prepared like a little image just in case. No graphical nudity, if that's what you're worried about. I guess it would probably be fine. Well, okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
私前から思ってたんだけどさ、タッキーって実はすごく強い男の子だよね。
Seira animatedly moved about in my delusion. Her cute voice chirped for me.
私、そんなタッキーの強さが好き。それにタッキーは無遊病なんかじゃないよ。私、毎日タッキーの
I watch you every day.
わかるさ。三次元女になんか騙されちゃダメだぞ。タッキーには私がいるっしょ。またあのコンテナハウスで二人きりで過ごそうね。ボケなす。
Free. Seira-tan. You're so cute. Seira-tan. Actually, I wonder with the delusion if it would be with Seira-tan or the nurse. Maybe it's like after we wake up, but she really was my ideal waifu. There wasn't a single woman better than her. 3D? F was that? Ah, I want to go home already. I want to go home and have seira-tan welcome me back with a smile. Wait for me, okay, seira-tan? I'll be coming home soon. Okay, let's see. Okay.
帰らなくてもいいよ。
Okay.
どういうこと？
迎えに来たから。
What are we gonna see? An incredibly realistic whisper reached my ears. It felt almost like something was poking my cheek. Okay. I slowly opened my eyes. Oh!
おはよ、ボケナス。
Oh! Beside the bed stood seira-tan pre-transformation Amanogawa Seira version. So cute. Seira-tan. I love the pre-transformation Amanogawa Seira version in parentheses. So funny. And she certainly wasn't at 1/8 scale. She was life-sized, and she was moving smoothly. With a gulp, I sat up, then reached out to try and poke. But that reaction. They were squishy, voluptuous. She's no figure. She's the real deal. Seira-tan has joined the realm of 3D. No.
二次元だよ。
This is 2D. Wait, it is? Even though they're so squishy.
二次元的にプニプニなんさ。
This is so... I didn't get what she meant, but as long as they were squishy, it wasn't like anything else mattered. Rapidly grew embarrassed. The life-sized seira-tan was insanely cute, so more I could die. And most important of all, she was real. Thanks to the bashfulness that had come from me touching her breast and the fear of her potentially hating me for it had become much
ご
stronger.
めんセイラタン。
タッキーならいいよ。
That face.
本当？
他の人にはこんなことされるのは嫌だけどさ。
She really is cute though.
あいつに胸触られたら金棒で月までぶっ飛ばしちゃってる。静かに。声出すと看護師さんたちに見つかっちゃうっしょ。
Seira-tan must have been being mindful of the world outside the curtain. Without making a sound, she then took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and then on top of me. Are we gonna see a new CG with this, or...? Almost saying something out loud again, I hurriedly covered my mouth. The way it's worded. Just close. Seira-tan drew her face close to mine. A sweet aroma filtered into my nose. So that was how Seira-tan smelled.
タッキー。タッキーも二次元になっちゃうべきだよ。
How can we do that? What's that supposed to mean?
タッキーはまだ3次元なんさ。だから私が2次元にしてあげる。いいじゃん。
Okay. Can you really do
で
that?
きるよ。それにすっごく気持ちいいよ。
I could hear the sound of nurses hurriedly walking about, as well as the voice of doctors examining other patients. We were in a place separated only by a single curtain. If that curtain were opened, we'd get found out for sure. That heart-pounding thought, combined with the taboo nature of doing something like this in a hospital, I was getting lightheaded. To think I was committing such obscene acts with my number one waifu. Ah, so this is what bliss is. All other thoughts had been pushed out of my mind, and so, in response to everything Seira-tan said, I nodded.
そうこなくっちゃ。そんなタッキーが好き。
Then Seira-tan firmly pressed her lips against mine. Oh! Okay. She was so soft. Was this the softness of 2D? Was it more soft than the real thing? The sudden borderline H scene turned my thoughts into pure spaghetti. I had no idea what the hell I should be doing. Then, in the face of my bewilderment, seira-tan pushed her tongue between my lips, encroaching upon my mouth. Also good, I started to feel dizzy. I think a kiss would feel this amazing. My arms wrapped around her waist. Those noises. She was very thin since she was 2D and all, flat as a board, and yet squishy and voluptuous at the same time. Wasn't this basically the same as kissing paper though? But it was so incredibly good that I didn't care. That was sexy. Okay. So painful now. I couldn't. The noises are so. Okay, and it wasn't just my tongue. The inside of my throat felt hot. My eyes felt like they were going to pop out of their sockets. I couldn't breathe. My chest hurt. The inside of my stomach churned and churned, turning it into a pulpy, sopping mess. Everything inside my body, my organs, my flesh, my bones, they were all being sucked in by seira-tan. I could feel my pounding heart rising up from my throat, the thick blood vessels tearing off one by one. It was an impossible sensation. It was incomprehensibly painful, and yet it felt even more pleasurable. Entire body, I see. Not just the outside. The inside of my throat, my heart. My blood vessels, my lungs, my intestines. Like, the cutoff of the music. Oh, I guess it's back, but... Okay. Devour it whole. Me so happy, and that happiness made me feel faint. I'm gonna die. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. The dripping with a mix of blood and drool. She gave a bewitching smile. I didn't have the energy to respond. She had taken everything I had. It was the first time I'd ever experienced such overwhelming pleasure. I was in a total haze. Fog enshrouded my consciousness and my thoughts were a blur. A little scared to do that. I see. Although I was very unsteady, I tried to get off the bed and stand up. My body had become thin, just like seira-tan's. It was kind of hard to walk around. My body felt limp, and I could hardly stand. I fell to my hands and knees, hitting the floor with a sound. Seira-tan, I can't get up. Give me a hand here. Her voice came from above the bed. Wow, thank you. Okay. I'm back to reality. I sprang up, only to find myself on the bed like before. My heart was pounding like crazy. My heart was still inside my chest, where it should be. I touched every part of my body. Delusions go wild. They really do, huh? It wasn't paper thin. I was still 3D. I couldn't see seira-tan anywhere. As it should be. But was that a good thing or a bad thing? I let out a sigh. That scene was just like the one in the dojin I bought from Circle Piruporu. In other words, I had had a delusion using it as a basis. Dream big or go home. Why hadn't I noticed that in my dream? Well, I knew that it was a dream because I hadn't noticed. But I couldn't help thinking that regardless.
西条さん
So I guess, you know, he was able to fall asleep there. A voice called to me from the other side of the curtain. The curtain quickly opened and the nurse from before, Hazuki-san, popped her head inside the room.
おはようございます
Good morning. I bowed my head silently, keeping my eyes low.
結局3時間ぐっすりでしたね
Wow. Huh? Had I really slept for 3 whole hours? I'd been so lost in my dream that I'd completely lost all sense of time. Then again, I was pretty exhausted.
少しうなされていたみたいですけど大丈夫
Naturally, I couldn't mention my borderline with you straight to her face.
でも無遊病の症状は結局出ませんでしたよ
Hazuki-san's reassuring voice conveyed that to me.
まあ今日はたまたま症状が出なかっただけかもしれないから無遊病でないっていう断定はできないですけど
No, I really don't think I'm a sleepwalker, so... More importantly, I had to ask the doctor that really important question. But I couldn't see him anywhere. Well, it has been 3 hours. Will we still even be able to see him at all today? As I looked around, Hazuki-san handed me a blank form. Not really focusing all that hard, I took it from her and ran my eyes over it. It was a fill-in-the-blank style form.
それはあなたの心理状態を把握するためのチェックシートです、心理テストのようなものねそれを書いて
先生は
ごめんなさいずっと診察が続いてて、来週まで様子を見てまだ改善が見られないようならもう一度来てくださいって。
Then again, it wasn't like he was my primary physician or anything, I supposed. He'd probably just given Hazuki-san a bunch of directions to get me out of here. Well, I guess that means there was pretty much no point to me coming to the hospital today. I mean, you were able to get some rest, you know? I really wanted to ask Dr. Takashina about the someone that wasn't me controlling me. Whatever it meant, it was a really chilling symptom, so I didn't want to leave without getting an answer. That being said, I didn't have the courage to demand Hazuki-san to bring him back to see me, especially when she already looked so apologetic. Reluctantly, I decided to give the test a try. Guess I'd write about my symptoms on the back of the sheet or something. If I did that, I should be able to get another examination scheduled for next week.
チェックシートは質問に対してイエスかノーかだけを答える簡単なものですから、当てはまる点があったらイエスにチェックしてくださいね。今後の西條さんの治療に対する参考にしますから、じっくり考えて答えてください。
I have to sleep in the cabin and 3 more in the queue before. That's probably more than Tucker had over last week. Yeah. He needed that. He needed that for real. Hazuki-san went out of her way to explain the procedure thoroughly. The test had some strange questions mixed in, ones you wouldn't normally expect to run into at a hospital. It really did seem like some sort of psychological test. Would they really be able to actually learn something from questions like these? Hazuki-san stared at me intently. She showed no signs of leaving. But it wasn't like she had nothing else to do or anything. It was more like she was watching over me or something. My nervousness at being watched made it hard for me to think clearly, but I guess she was just doing her job. Either way, I knew I ought to fill out the test quickly. Hi, hello Oliver, welcome. You just missed a crazy delusion. We actually do them ourselves? Oh, okay, medical record diagnosis, problem number 001. When you have business to take care of, you prefer to use emails over phone calls. Yes. Your ears ring every now and then. Well, not really. But his did ring. That one scene, right? Well, I guess every now and then, yeah, sure. Not super common though. Yo, I felt someone's gaze and turned around before. Well, he has. Based on yourself or your impression of Taku? I'll try to do it based off of my impression of him. But also, I feel like he would also, you know, maybe. I don't know. Honestly, with some things, it is like I can kind of relate a bit, you know. But you have seen objects that are supposedly stationary move for an instant. Experienced a premonition. Well, he has. This, well, actually, I guess, I mean, with seira-tan, he's kind of object. While looking at a digital clock in passing, you've seen the same numbers appear in sequence. You already cried once this month. Did he cry? I can't remember. These questions. Well, probably a check for him. Engaging without closing your eyes. Probably. Mental view of a car sometimes looks like a face. I do this sometimes. Silly. No, I meant like the figure of her. Hello, Kit. Welcome. Cannot handle haunted. Well, I can't. I don't know about Taku. What if I check all of them for him? I'll check them all. Let's see what happens. Actually, what do I do now? Do I just click? Does it have to be correct to proceed? Can I press enter? Oh, no, that just unchecks it. Huh? There's more. Okay. Start reading a book, you become so immersed in it that you lose track of time. You believe that other planets inhabited by human-like creatures exist. The personality attributed to your astrological sign matches your personality perfectly. You are prone to motion sickness. You believe there is a god. You have a strong ability to sense the supernatural. You have dreamed in color before. You have been in a dream in which you knew you were dreaming. You experience memory loss. You have a hard time making eye contact with people. Merely the sight of sour food makes your mouth fill with saliva. I feel like yawning when other people do. This question makes me think of salt and vinegar chips. Just imagining them. But... oh, you can scroll. I'll just check all of them for him. Let's see what happens. Actually, can I save here? Yes, I can. Okay. Just in case. Wait, let me drink some water. Wait, where did I didn't need to open anyone. There's one already open. Okay. Okay. Nozzle me.
はい、お疲れ様でした。
No problem. Hazuki-san thanked me as I answered the final question, despite the fact that I hadn't said anything. I felt pretty embarrassed at being watched the whole time. My face was probably bright red. Because of that, I avoided looking at Hazuki-san when I handed her the test. There had been no time to write my symptoms on the back.
それでは待合室でお待ちください。お薬が出てますから。
Ah, medicine.
薬
They were prescribing me something? Dr. Takashina had never said anything about that.
ええ、先生の指示で。弱い精神安定剤です。ぐっすり眠れるようになるし、副作用などもありませんよ。
Weak sedative. Oh, wow. Thoughtful as ever, Dr. Takashina. And yet, when I realized I would have to wait in that lobby again, my mood was immediately spiraling. Yeah. Hope you won't have to wait for long, or... Okay. By the time I got back to Shibuya, it was already evening. The hospital was technically in Shibuya Ward, but since Yoyogi was the closest station to it, commuting via train was the fastest. Shibuya Station. Value of death. Life is suffering caused by desire. To end the suffering, we must end desire. A contagious madness, the unchanging me. Power lines. November 24th, start. 9 p.m. Sunday. TDS. It's an ad for a show. But the Yamanote line had been as crowded as ever, and despite only being 2 stops long, the trip back still made me incredibly tired. Riding the train any farther would have been a pain in the ass, so I decided to get off at Shibuya Station and make my way back to base from there. Even then, there were still tons of people outside the station. I despised crowds. They made my head spin. Not wanting to stay much longer, I tried to speed walk out of the scramble crossing. But even walking straight was nigh impossible. Stumbling even slightly caused people from both behind and in front to bump into me. What's more, a bunch of people handing out pocket tissue packs blocked the way, practically forcing everyone who passed by to take them. Fed up with everything, I ignored the first person handing them out, but took some off the second because at least she was a cute girl. I was so sick and tired of these people handing out tissue packs and shit to push their products. Didn't they have anything better to do than stand right in the middle of the road? Well, whatever. It was free, so might as well take it. Inside the tissue pack I took was a red flyer, and there was a paragraph's worth of shit written on top of it with white ink. Talk about ostentatious. You couldn't exactly miss something with that color scheme. As I walked along, I gave it a quick skim. What does it say? Type B blood is in short supply. There's a blood donation flyer. As I read it, I thought back to the form I'd filled out in the hospital. Let's see. Currently, Shibuya Ward is suffering from a severely short supply of Type B blood. This has only continued to worsen, and we've been struggling to secure the proper quantities of blood for those in need of transfusions. In the worst-case scenario, this may lead to the deaths of many. Without your cooperation, lives may be lost. Please consider becoming a blood donor and visit the donation site located at Shibuya Station of the Inokashira line. I didn't have any memory of filling out something like that 4 years ago. Maybe the way they examined patients had changed recently. Even then, though, something felt oddly familiar about the test. Deja vu. I've been getting hit by it all the time recently. Having my mind and body not function the way I wanted them to, the sense of dissonance, was an incredibly uncomfortable feeling. So in order to ascertain the true cause behind the deja vu, I tried flipping back through the pages of my memories. Fire sounds like some vampire propaganda to me. It does sound kind of suspicious. Like type B also. You would think it'd be like type O or something, right? But I thought back to when Mom had taken me to the hospital about once a week. I'd kept my mouth shut at all times and only expressed myself via nodding or shaking my head. At first, I'd been taken to a perfectly ordinary examination room, but since I showed no signs of improvement, I started going to a different room before long. Is type B tasty, though? You know? Maybe it is. Maybe that's why I keep getting bit by mosquitoes. But the room had essentially been a counseling room, which meant it put the patient's relaxation first and foremost. In other words, there were sofas and plushies and whatnot located all throughout the room. Dr. Takashina had taken a very patient approach to treating me, all while refusing to blame my situation on anyone. He alone caught on to how I was merely choosing not to speak rather than having the inability to do so. Meanwhile, my mom would always talk to me in an unnaturally cheery voice. Every time I'd gone to the hospital, the doctor would always welcome me with a refreshing smile. The nurses also treated me with all the love and care they could. And I had a feeling that there had always been one more person in the room. This person in the back? Right, there had been a man in a black suit, one that felt fairly out of place in a hospital. As I'd been doing my best not to speak, I never asked about him. I didn't know who the hell he was the entire time he was there. He didn't feel like a doctor, and he always stood all alone a fair distance away from everyone else, all while gazing out the window. I had dubbed him Mr. Nozomi in my head, though that wasn't his actual name or anything.
Nozomi.
Same that was on the questionnaire. The man in the suit always had a badge on his chest, no matter the situation, and on that badge was the word Nozomi. It looked like a logo to me though, so it probably wasn't a name tag. Oh, I knew why it was bothering me now. That test from before also had the Nozomi logo printed on it. I had a hunch that I'd seen it somewhere before, and now I finally remembered exactly where. It was like a huge weight had been lifted off of my chest. That aside, what was Nozomi anyway? I was pretty sure it was the name of a business.
のぞみさんっていう美人女社長が設立したカウンターテロ組織とか漫画みたいだ。
I mean, I guess it could be. Okay, we're back here. Home. Little search. When I arrived at my base, I'd gone straight to look up Nozomi online. However, there were so many results that I couldn't manage to pin down anything specific. Well, let's go with the normal theory first. That Nozomi guy could have been from the company that made the test, and he was just at the hospital in order to sell them or something. The hospital had then adopted the tests recently, and they decided to have me fill one out today. Nah, I doubted that. I never heard of some rando attending a patient's examination like that. It was kinda weird. So, who the hell was that Mr. Nozomi guy? Memories kept pulling at my mind, but I was fed up with it at that point. Either way, the reason behind my deja vu is now clear. I decided that I'd ask Dr. Takashina about my memory issues next week, but until then, I was going to stay cooped up in my room without bothering with school. There was no way in hell I'd go to a school where people were trying to hurt me. In all honesty, I really don't want to screw up the minimum attendance chart I'd so carefully constructed, but it wasn't worth getting myself killed over. I gave up on my Nozomi search and went to look for any interesting looking threads on that channel. New Gen News Bearer. The news board was almost completely filled with New Gen threads. 633 name, Morning Anons, New Gen News Bearer, that's a bear. New Gen number 1, Group Dive. New Gen number 2, Man Child. New Gen number 3, this is just like crucifixion. Crucifixion. New Gen number blank, to be continued, Shutters. Even the ESO board had threads like, let's try and replicate New Gen crimes in ESO. And to be honest, I was beyond sick and tired of the whole thing. Diving back into ESO, I found Grim. Ah. Oh! We're in the game. Okay. Yeah, channel news board is super effing boring recently. They really won't STFU about Nugent. Well, it is the biggest thing of note recently. Whenever a new incident like this happens, people always freak the F out about it. Shitstorm incarnate, lol. They still haven't caught the culprit? I mean, you and I both know the police are incompetent, lol. Says idiots all over the web painting the culprit as some moe hot chick, lol. Well, I mean, that demon girl, what we saw. The desolate eyes of the girl I'd seen at the crucifixion murder scene flashed through my mind, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. As much as I didn't want to remember, that ghastly memory would come back any time I let my guard down. We're gonna have flashback to it? I guess not here. Wait, I'd seen the culprit's face. I knew who they were. Should I report it to the police? But I didn't want to get involved. Demon girl? Is already an offshoot of the perp like that? Might be taking it a bit too far, TBH. Anyway, these Eugen cases are seriously interesting, dude. I joined the Frepada Eugen community. You're getting way too into this. Everyone but you and Sisson from our guild has joined. Oh god, was she serious? Now I wouldn't be able to hop on and chat with my guild anymore. Aw. Eugen is some weird shit, man. Gives me the chills. I knew you were into some gory stuff, Grim, but... Don't tell me you're the type that looks for artistic merit in murder cases? True. The crucifixion corpse could have easily been mistaken for modern art, so it'd be fair to say that it was artistic in some sense. Nah, the only thing you should be singing is how lewd it is. This guy is hopeless. I'd better do something quick. Seira-tan. Damn traitor ORZ. Back on topic though, the site pulling all the info together is filled to the brim, so you really ought to take a look. I really didn't want to look. I was scared to. I wanted to escape the reality in which I'd witnessed the scene of the crime. That's why I'd been intently avoiding all info related to Newgen ever since. I wanted to fool myself into believing that the gruesome scene I'd seen had been just a delusion, but... I was basically a god in ESO. Not just someone strong, but someone who knew all. Not to mention I was the guild leader. It'd be beyond embarrassing if the organizer of the group couldn't keep up with the latest topics. I had to make sure that didn't happen. Okay, I guess we're gonna take a look then. I clicked the link to the site Grim had sent me. The top of the site had the title All Things Newgen written in big letters right in the center of the page. This type of website was basically like a wiki. It was open to the public and anyone could enter info related to a particular topic. In the case of this Newgen site, loads of people entered info concerning Newgen and the site updated as they did. Sites like it tended to suffer from unreliable info being mixed in, as well as its fair share of vandalism from trolls, but they could still be pretty useful for getting a quick overview of an incident. Many links were pasted all over the page. I promptly clicked on the link that read Current Timeline. My heart raced. Just reading the site was making me nervous. My palms were slick with sweat. Okay. All things Newgen. Want the general news? Newgen headlines. Earthquake of 2 months ago. Brutal, bizarre serial murders, 3 in total. Corpse affixed to a concrete wall. Witnesses claim they heard nails hammered around crime scene. Are the crimes all being committed by different people? Crucifixion, man-child group dive. Victim was a 56-year-old university professor. Bookmarks, new site, templates. Koko da yo. Okay. Wait, can I? I think it's this side? Yeah. Earthquake of 2 months ago. Name. The following post will be presented by Anonymous. 2 months ago, an earthquake with a seismic intensity of 3 occurred, with Shibuya as its epicenter, and yet there were 8 fatalities. Oh wait, I didn't read that out loud. The first incident, dubbed the group dive, was the suicide of 5 high schoolers that had jumped to their deaths. It happened in the dead of night on September 7th, which was about a month ago at this point. The building they jumped off of was Cornelius Tower, which was located in Shibuya. They dove off the rooftop helipad. Of course, all 5 have died instantly. According to the autopsies, the 5 all had foreign pieces of flesh under their fingernails, along with various scratch marks on their hands. Based on that, it was surmised that the 5 had been holding hands as they jumped for one reason or another. There is no suicide note of any form on the rooftop. A person online, one of those acting like Snake, had actually gone to Cornelius Tower themselves and reported that the door to the roof had a sign on it saying, "No entry to unauthorized personnel," and that it was locked practically 24/7. Naturally, the door had been locked at the time of the incident, and the key was not found among the belongings of the deceased. Essentially, the rooftop helipad had effectively been a locked room, and the method the 5 had used to enter was completely unknown. There is a very high chance that someone other than the 5 had been present at the scene of the incident. The second incident, dubbed the man-child murder case, had occurred 12 days after the first incident, placing it on September 19th. Early in the morning, a university student on their way home from a karaoke session had discovered a collapsed man covered in blood by the Shibuya Station underpass. The victim had been a university student residing in Shibuya Ward, a 21-year-old named Konoe Chizuru. He was already dead when he was discovered, but his abdomen had an unnatural very large swelling. According to the autopsy, someone had performed an abdominal incision on the man, stuffed a newly born fetus inside the man's stomach, then stitched it back up. Moreover, a DNA test confirmed that the fetus had no blood relation to the victim. The victim was a bachelor and had no relations with any women. It was only online speculation, but it was assumed that the 32-week-old fetus had been removed from its mother's body via C-section. However, the mother's identity, current whereabouts, and even whether or not she was alive was completely unknown. It was possible that the police had already discovered her whereabouts, but if they had, nothing had been publicly revealed. I averted my eyes from the monitor to keep myself from throwing up. Jesus Christ, talk about nauseating. The culprit was completely insane. And maybe, just maybe, these ghastly murders had been carried out by that girl. Japan is over! I stared at seira-tan in an attempt to bleach my eyes. And with that, I somehow managed to stabilize my mental state. I considered taking the meds the doctor had given me, but seira-tan did the job nonetheless. Anyway, while that might have been necessary to maintain Neidhart's honor, reading all that gory stuff really sucked. Oh, seira-tan. This music again.
辛そうなタッキーは見てられないさ。もうやめよう。楽しいことだけしてようよ。いつもみたく私にハーハーしてもいいからさ。
Oh, how wonderful and caring you are, seira-tan. Seira-tan was the only one who would stay by my side. I couldn't ask for a better wife. Oh, I rested my chin on my hands above the table, watching seira-tan smile as I took deep breaths. Ah, my soul had been healed. I might be able to get through a little more if I kept glancing at her as I read, and so I decided to put that into practice right away. Okay. I mean, if it works, you know? Come to think of it, why had those two unrelated cases both been slapped with the New Gen label? Apparently, the group dive had initially been treated as a group suicide, but after the man-child incident had occurred, people online reinvestigated it and discovered the unnatural circumstances surrounding the scene of the crime. Rumors then began to appear, saying that the 5 may have actually been killed, and that the suicide label was merely a cover-up. According to the parents and good friends of the 5 victims, there was no way it could have been suicide. Then, the mass media had started making connections between the two incidents, starting with where they occurred, Shibuya. Madness explodes in today's youth, the new generation madness. Sensationalist headlines like that had started popping up everywhere, to my understanding anyway. Then came the third case, the murder case I'd witnessed, dubbed the crucifixion. The site didn't have as much info on this case, likely due to it having only occurred recently. The victim, 55-year-old Ota Hisashi, was a university professor who had been crucified with stakes to the concrete wall of a vacant house. That was all that had been publicly revealed. Many of the neighboring residents had claimed that for over an hour after the time the thought was thought to have occurred, around 8 p.m., they could hear the sound of nails being hammered into something. Even I'd heard the sound. I could hear it even now. A horrible, terrifying sound. On a related note, no connection between the third case and the group dive or the man-child had been discovered yet. But with it being the third abnormal incident to happen in quick succession in Shibuya, the crucifixion was naturally treated as another new-gen incident. The police and mass media believed that all the crimes had different culprits, but the predominant opinion online, or rather what most of them had hoped was going on, was that the crimes either shared a single culprit or an organized group of culprits. Shibuya 107. There are also many occult-based theories whispered about online, such as that everything had begun with the earthquake from 2 months ago. 2 months ago, an earthquake with a seismic intensity of 3 occurred with Shibuya as its epicenter. Although the scale was fairly minor, there were still 8 fatalities, which became a popular topic of discussion. Come to think of it, it was true that the new-gen cases had begun after that earthquake. Because of that, the new-gen occultists argued that the 8 deaths in the earthquake should be counted as the first new-gen incident, causing a dispute between them and the new-gen mainstreamers. Regardless, the entire situation was abnormal. After all, despite the fact that 3 brutal cases had occurred in quick succession, no clues on any of their culprits had been found, and many online were waiting eagerly for a 4th case. If I wasn't directly connected to it all, I probably would have joined in on the chaos myself, posted in a few threads, made a few theories. I could have been waiting excitedly for the 4th incident at this very moment. Damn it, all these assholes were just having the time of their lives, weren't they?
犯人を早く捕まえてくれよ。
A week had passed since the crucifixion, but neither the demon girl nor the police had made any moves. If they knew I'd been at the scene of the crime, they would definitely come and question me about it, but there hadn't been any signs of that actually happening. Thank God. It looked like I wasn't going to get dragged into this after all. Well, I mean, you,
あなたには予知能力がありますか?
That claim you had thrusted at me flashed into my mind.
予知能力があるって思わなきゃ納得できないような画像データをあなたが持っていたから。
Even though I'd finally started to relax, that feeling of despair came flying right back in an instant. The image sent by Shogun. The data was still on my PC. Ya's claims were no more than delusions she'd dreamt up. Her deductions were a total stretch, not to mention logically bankrupt. While I might have ended up not asking about it in the hospital today, the idea of me doing things without remembering them was completely absurd. Utterly impossible. I mean, nothing like that had ever happened to me before. So the gory image was obviously faked. Okay. Ah? Seira-tan.
合成だって証拠を見つけちゃえばいいさ。
Okay.
あの画像解析しちゃおうよ。
I don't really want to look at it, but it's so disgusting. I really don't want to look at it any more than I already have.
あの女を論破しちゃえば、タッキーはもう怯えることなく平穏な生活に戻れるんだよ。やるしかないっしょ。
You know what you gotta do. Of course, she was exactly right. You had talked to me as if I were the culprit behind the crucifixion, but that wasn't true at all. I mean, I'd seen the culprit's face. As if I'd let you all put the blame on me after that. So, with a gulp, I double-clicked on the folder where the images were cached. Okay, wait, let me go to the restroom real quick first before we take a look at it. Let me think. Is there a question I can ask? I'll end the poll. Previous poll. Fries won. Wow, 57%. Then hash browns, then chips. And no votes for tater tots! Where's the tater tot love? Man, I love fries. I really do. Actually, wait, how far back does the log go? Actually, I guess it's not letting me look through it right now. Actually, probably not that far, huh? Maybe it resets with every scene, but Takumi said a ridiculous liner. He was being delusional. He was in a delusion, but it was like middle school girls, high school girls, college girls, MILFs. I'll have them all over me. Something like that. Taku. But start a poll. Okay, I'll just have this be the question. Have you watched/read Dungeon Meshi? Yes, no. Oh wait, I need to get. Oh, I accidentally added the third option. Okay. All right, BRB. Hello, I've returned. And my cat is here too. I love tater tots. Also, is the heart monitor? I think. I guess I forgot to. I forgot to take it off. Oops. But I guess because I was too far away, maybe I'll have to find it again. Like scan for it again. Okay. Welcome back, welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I guess we must proceed. So 100% no. It's so good. It's so good. But okay, let's see. Oh, it was the first time in 3 days that Ban Yosuji had set foot in the Shibuya police station conference room. And I'm watching it for the Arknights collab. So wait, can I see now? Oh, I can. Wait, how far back does this go? Oh, it goes back really far, huh? Oh, my cat on my desk. Okay. There was a lot of stuff happening around here. Oh, okay. It doesn't actually go back far enough to see the line I was talking about earlier, but okay, let me get out of this. The investigation meeting for the Maruyamacho crucifixion homicide case had already begun, and Ban was greeted with universal gazes of displeasure for his tardiness. Maruyamacho, probably. Yeah. Maruyama, yeah. Okay. Ban forced a polite smile before bending down to sit. He supposed that it was not quite the right time to reveal that he'd been cooped up in the bathroom with diarrhea. Oh. The Maruyamacho crucifixion homicide case had been assigned to the Shibuya police station on the morning after the incident. As they were lacking in manpower due to the Cornelius Tower mass suicide case and the Shibuya Station undergrad and fetus homicide case, even the third-rate Assistant Inspector Ban from the Metropolitan Police Department's Investigation Division were practically begging to retire, had been called in by the main office. Moreover, as all the incidents had occurred within the Shibuya Police Station's jurisdiction, it was an unusual situation in which a single jurisdictional station was utilizing 3 special investigation teams. Because of this, operations were made quite difficult, with the 3 investigation teams having access to only one large conference room that they had to alternate between. The mass media was hailing it all as one large case known as New Gen, and there were rumors that the police would combine the 3 investigation teams in order to make a New Gen investigation division, thus solving the issue of manpower. All the detectives found this prospect completely asinine, regarding it as nothing more than an absolute joke. Ban's superior, Inspector Matsunaga, who was in charge of the investigation team, called out the Ban with a piercing gaze. The Ban did not notice this. He simply continued to cool himself down with a handheld fan as he took a moment to recuperate.
Ban 警部補、聞いているのか？
呼ばれてるっすよ。バンさんの報告待ちなんすから。ちょっと。
The whispers of Ban's partner, a rookie named Sua, finally got him to realize he was being called. Oh, this is the guy.
報告はスワから。
Just with the scruffiness, you know? Reminds me of Detective Gumshoe, but...
自分っすか？
俺がいなくても報告しとけって言っといたろうが。
Thumbs the brakes. So sighed as the superior jabbed him in the elbow, then stood up straight and tall.
犯行現場近くの監視カメラの解析がようやく出たっす。出ました。
Suspicious individual.
犯行時間に
Wait, is this?
不審な人物が映ってました。
Murmurs echoed throughout the conference room. The relaxed atmosphere from before had been turned on its head. That's not us, is it? Other detectives began to take frantic notes in order to not miss a single word of Sua's report. Considering the situation, it was no surprise they were so frantic about it. After all, 3 horrific cases had occurred within their jurisdiction in the span of a single month, only one of which was not ruled as a homicide as of yet. Their strong determination to find the culprit, even in the face of their reputations, was only natural.
プロジェクターに映像を出します。
Okay. As per the instructions Bon had given him in advance, Sua had the projector display the footage on the projector screen. The projector showed an image of the confined, filthy back alley of Mariamacho. It was night, and there were very few streetlights present, so virtually nothing was visible.
犯行現場から約50メートル離れたところにあるコインパーキングの監視カメラです。
I feel like this is where we were. The parking lot was only big enough to fit 2 vehicles. It was a tiny plot of land interposed between 2 buildings, and it was constructed without any real care as well. The scene of the crime was not visible in the footage. Not even the path leading to it could be seen. All it displayed was the road that was one further away from the crime scene. The video had no sound. The time the video had been recorded and was graciously displayed on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. 9:34 p.m.
犯行現場近隣の住民の証言により、21時過ぎから21時半頃まで釘を打ちつける音がしていたというのはご承知の通りだと思いますが、この映像は21時34分、つまりまさに犯行時間直後ということになります。不審人物が映っているのは21時34分53秒からおよそ6秒間です。駐車場の前の道を奥から手前へと走り抜けていきます。
Yep. Immediately following Sua's explanation, a silhouette appeared on the footage. They seemed to be in a great hurry and ran from the back of the screen to the front. The resolution was quite poor. Not even the gender could be ascertained at a glance. Bon had already gotten the crime laboratory to analyze that very point.
科捜研で解析した結果、映っている人物は男。年齢は10代後半から20代とのことっす。です。人相の判別までは無理でした。服装がかなり特徴的ですが、それと右手に注目してもらいたいんですが。
That's why he was holding one of the stakes. The image enlarged on the right hand of the suspicious individual. It appeared to be grasping something.
スローで再生するとわかる
We look so suspicious.
走りながら腕を振っている際、この握りしめている何かが駐車場の照明に反射して光を放ってるんだな、これが。
Now at the good part, Bon took over Sua's explanation.
形状からして犯行に使われた十字架型の杭である可能性がある。
The detectives continued to murmur noisily. Crucifixion culprit may be a high schooler. The proposition was fairly shocking to them. After all, it meant that the new generation madness moniker that the mass media had been pushing could actually become a reality.
最も犯人に近い人物がこの少年。
そういうことになりますね。
Bon stroked the stubble on his jaw. It was the habit of his. Whenever he felt one step closer to cornering a culprit, he would always reach for that satisfying scraping sensation.
以上です。
Sua took a deep breath and sat down.
ひどいっすよ先輩。美味しいところ持ってって。
Ignoring Sua's grumbling, Bon once again burned the image of the high school boy into his mind.
ようやく尻尾を出したんだ。そいつを掴んで。
It wasn't us, I swear. Well, what if it was, though? I mean... Oh, machine said, oh, we're gonna look at the image? Okay. I'm ready. Sure enough, the image Shogun had sent was in my cache folder. 168491.jpg was its name. Obviously, a part of me was still hesitant to even look at it. I mean, it was a pretty effing nasty image, grotesque as all hell too. I was sure just looking at it would throw me right back to the scene of the crucifixion, where that violent scene had taken place in front of me. Wait, I have to figure everything out. Will he be able to? But even then, I needed to expose you as flawed logic and therefore guarantee my own safety and innocence. Thankfully, since seira-tan was there for me, I could handle a little bit of gore. Mustering all the courage I had, I double-clicked the file. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay. It's scary. His voice line being played scared me. I thought we would just get, you know, his inner thoughts first, but... God, it was so gory. Compared to the crucifixion scene I'd seen in person, it wasn't quite as bad. You know, I don't know if I'd be able to really tell any differences, since I didn't really look closely when we saw it in person, but... Telling myself that the image had to be fake, I was just barely able to stomach it. When I'd first received the image, I'd closed it immediately after looking at it once. I hadn't inspected it thoroughly. This time, holding back the urge to vomit, I decided to examine the image in excruciating detail. I don't know much about how to tell whether a picture was fake or not, but taking a look at the shadows, seeing if there's something off about the surrounding area, and other stuff like that should probably be enough. Scared me. Oops. Accidentally scrolled. The only possibility I had in mind was that the photo had been taken in advance, and the crucifixion corpse had then been put on top of it using CGI. And then, the day after Shogun had sent the image to me, they'd executed the crime exactly as they'd edited in the image. Thanks to the poor resolution and how dark the image was, I could only really see the stakes, leaving the identity of the victim unclear. Light was only hitting the area surrounding the corpse, yet something about the image was just begging for me to look at the crucifixion itself. I felt like that was the intent of the person who'd made it. I mean, come on. Focusing that much light around the corpse was kinda overkill, don't you think? Well, it wasn't like I'd been paying close attention to the actual crime scene, so I couldn't really jump to conclusions. In the picture, the demon girl wasn't standing in front of the crucified corpse. I guess maybe she'd already left. Oh. But when I opened my eyes wide and looked even closer, I noticed a silhouette in a dark spot on the left side of the image. Aww. Scared. I'd almost completely missed it. Due to the low res of the image, the shadow the figure stood in blended perfectly into the surrounding scenery. You could easily miss it if you weren't paying close attention. Obviously, the image was fake, but what if the person who'd taken the photo had accidentally left themselves in it? If they had, it was possible that they'd forgotten to edit themselves out when they tampered with the image. It looked like they were wearing a suime uniform. In that case, it had to be the demon girl. She had been wearing one at the time of the crime, after all. What if it's us? When I took a closer look, I noticed that the figure's hair was actually pretty short. The demon girl had long hair, like Yua. Alright then, time for some computer magic. I needed the details here. I opened up some imaging processing software and dragged the image in. Then, with a big gulp, I selected the levels option in the adjustments menu and brightened the once darkened corners of the image. Okay. I'm a little scared. It is us!
Eh?
Dun dun dun. What the hell? But the girl's not in the image.
なんだこれ
Ooh, chills. God in 4K. Yeah. Pictured on the screen. Pictured on the screen was unmistakably.
奥だ
How is it me? It didn't make any sense. I'd never even been there before September 29th. It was fake. It had to be fake. I couldn't find any bit of proof that it was, but it absolutely had to be. Nothing made sense otherwise. I mean, Shogun had sent the image on the 28th, and the crucifixion murder case had occurred on the 29th. If the image was of what had happened on the 29th, that would mean it was a picture taken from the future.
あなたには予知能力がありますか？
I kicked the plastic bottle at my feet and closed the paint program. I checked the file's properties to see when it was made, and then I lost all words. The timestamp was the 28th, but that was the least of my worries now. In the comment section of the properties menu was a single inconspicuous sentence. A sentence my eyes couldn't look away from. Whose eyes are those eyes? Dun dun dun. I slammed my hands on the keyboard before shoving it to the edge of my desk. I clutched my head. I was scared. Seira-tan. I could barely hold back my tears. Oh, what the hell had I done to deserve a whole week of nothing but more and more insane bullshit? Why was I the only one that had to deal with this? Hang on a second. If they had somehow managed to get a photo of me and then they'd edited it onto the image of the crime scene, that would either mean Shogun had taken a photo of me without my consent, or that he had somehow obtained my photo from another source. And considering how he'd suddenly entered the chat room and started talking to me right after Grim had left, he had likely been aiming for me and me alone from the very start. Shogun might very well have discovered my real identity. If that was true, then Shogun, the demon girl, anyone could raid my base at any moment, and then I'd be abducted. Ugh. I felt a chill on the nape of my neck. It was the gaze again. There was something there, watching me. Don't look at me. Did you really think I'd turn around? I knew the rules of the game better than anyone. "It'll take more than that to make me turn around" game. Fear sent goosebumps all over my body, and I felt a strong urge to check that the door was locked. But instead of doing that, I just continued to stare at my monitor, as I was way too stubborn to let myself loose. Unable to calm down, I opened my default word processor and wrote down everything on my mind. Word? Demon girl, cold-blooded murder as precognitive powers. Shogun, demon girl's underling. You are Shogun's underling. As I stared fearfully at the word demon, I began to wonder if the girl at the crime scene was actually a real demon. Shogun the demon girl, here and none of me made our face scary. Yeah, I mean, she could appear. I mean, come on, she couldn't be human by any means. If she was a demon, she might actually be able to see the future. And if she could see the future, projecting a scene from the future onto a picture via psychic photography would be child's play. It would line up perfectly with how she somehow managed to carry out the gruesome crucifixion all on her own. She then got her underling Shogun to send the image to me, a person who she knew would end up accidentally witnessing the crime scene. I didn't know why she'd done that. Maybe it was a threat. This'll be you next if you tell anyone what you saw. Or maybe it was a death sentence. You're next. And if that really was what it meant, then...
勝てるわけがない。僕は奴らにいつ殺されてもおかしくないんだ。
Okay. Oh. Where is this? Oh! You are POV? Kusunoki Yua faced the PC in her room, her profile gravely serious. She swiftly read through the information displayed on the monitor. Cute room. What is this poster, though? Oh wait, is this... And what is... And Gola? Avril Lavigne? Question mark? Is it? Before long, Yua let out a small sigh and released her hand from the mouse, glancing at a piece of paper sitting within reach. How do you spell her last name? Did they just scramble the letters around? Well, I guess this one is... There should be a V in there, but... Aside from that, they do have all the same letters. Maybe this is a V question. Oh no, but this looks clearly like a V. Anyways. Before long, Yua let out a small sigh and released her hand from the mouse, glancing at a piece of paper sitting within reach of her. Ah, the log. Chat log. It was the very same paper she had put before Nishijo Takumi the day before, the printout of the chat log between Nightheart and Shogun.
Nishijo-kun.
Yua muttered a single name. The view of Takumi sitting alone on that Shoto Park bench had appeared in her mind before she quickly shook her head to drown it out. Suddenly, she looked behind herself in surprise. Why?
今、誰かに見られていたような。
Is it just us? The player? Or... Her gaze stopped upon a large stuffed ghetto froggy enshrined on her bed. Ghetto froggy. Wondering if it had just been her imagination, she tilted her head in puzzlement. Then she slowly rose to her feet, walked over to her bed, and fell onto it head first. Oh. The sheets smelled of the sun. It seemed that her mother had kindly dried the futon earlier today. Yua buried her face in that relieving scent, her gaze wandering about vacantly. Her room was very neat and orderly, placing her meticulous personality on full display. This especially applied to her large bookshelf, which was rather incongruous for a room size at around 13 square meters. It was packed tightly with countless books, leaving hardly any gaps. However, charmingly, the lower half consisted of nothing but complex academic books, computing-related books, and other similar material, contrasting greatly with the upper half, which was filled with shoujo manga and anime DVDs. With another sigh, Yua turned her body face up and stared at the ceiling.
BID.
BID. She muttered the name of the mental illness she had just been researching. An explanation related to it was still displayed on her monitor.
辛いんですね。
Yua hugged the stuffed ghetto froggy by her pillow tightly as she thought about
で
Takumi.
も、私、
However, her expression soon vanished, replaced only by the gritting of her teeth. Okay. Takumi again. Man, potato chips sound good right now. I don't have any though. I did actually end up finishing all of the leftover sea salt and vinegar kettle cooked chips from the stream. I don't think anyone else in my family ate them. I think I just finished them all by myself. It hurt to breathe. All I was doing was looking things up on my PC, yet it hurt to breathe. I could feel my heart pounding harder than it ever had before. And of course, the feeling that something was watching me would not go away. I was still just barely keeping myself from turning around, but I knew I couldn't do it for much longer. I cried out angrily at whatever it was. Surely it wasn't the demon girl, right? Oh god, what if it was? She could be using second sight or clairvoyance or some other demonic power to spy on me. The chills on the back of my neck were gradually growing stronger, to the point where they were getting slightly painful, like jolts of electricity coursing through my body. I was covered from head to toe in sweat. The front of my t-shirt was completely soaked. Don't do that! Unable to take it anymore, I whipped around in my chair as forcefully as I could. And yet, all I saw was my room, in the same condition as always. I didn't see a single thing that shouldn't have been there. With a yell that was closer to a shriek than anything, I burst up from my chair and went to make sure the door was locked. And, much to my relief, it was. I wiped away the sweat on my forehead with my sleeve. Returning to my PC, I focused on the monitor once more. It was still displaying what I had been researching earlier. Precognition. No. The name of it. Encyclopedia of Useless Knowledge. I should have read the page Yua was reading, but I thought he would stay on it longer. Like, she would read it out loud, but... now, to know what is going to happen in advance, e.g. to foresee an unusual phenomenon, also known as foresight or foreknowledge. To know what is going to happen in the future before it actually happens. The term does not refer to predictions based on experience, information, or statistics, but rather a special sense that transcends humanity's natural perception. It has not been scientifically proven to exist. The way it manifests differs from person to person, with the most common being visions and prophetic dreams. Belief in precognition has existed since ancient times, where shrine maidens were often heralded as carriers. Psychics and fortune-tellers are the modern incarnation of this belief, but there are many false actors who enjoy taking advantage of the superstition, claiming that they have precognitive powers in order to swindle others. When I was a kid, I truly believed that precognition existed, that psychics existed, and if I was being completely honest, I still did to a degree. Okay, let me actually... no, not this button. This one. Let me save real quick. And then... should I just save over this one? Maybe I'll just make a new save file. But, I want to read the entries and the tips. Clairvoyance. A psychic ability that allows a person to see far beyond normal human perception. With this power, what is normally impossible to see with the naked eye due to distance, angle, obstructions, etc. can be perceived. The power can manifest in many ways, such as simply enhancing one's natural vision or seeing distant things in the form of still images. Okay. Precognition. Now to know what is going to happen, this is just what was on the page actually, I think, so. Okay, I guess the one for DID will also be, so we're fine. Sleepwalking, also known as somnambulism or noctambulism, a behavior disorder in which during sleep, especially non-REM sleep, the subject gets up as if they were conscious, wanders around, eats, bathes, etc., but cannot converse beyond simple topics. Depending on the individual, the state can last from anywhere to a few minutes to half an hour. At the end of that time frame, the individual returns to the place where they were initially sleeping and goes back to sleep. While in this state, the individual is completely unconscious and as such has no memory of their actions once they wake up. This behavior often occurs in people with mental problems and is often said to be caused unconsciously by stress. Shitstorm, net slang, a state of furious, chaotic excitement or activity on an @channel thread. This guy is hopeless. A quotation from a popular manga about death notes. Spoken by the protagonist in reference to his foolish accomplice. The full quote is, "This guy's hopeless. I'd better do something quick." Used to express exasperation. ORZ, an ideograph depicting a person on all fours depressed. O is the head, R is the arms and torso, and Z is the legs. Typically used to express despair, dejection, or frustration. There's no set way to pronounce it, and as such people may pronounce it as orts, ors, or ors. I just say ORZ. Wiki. An online system for the creation and compilation of hypertext documents on a web server. Snake. The name of the protagonist of a certain video game who is a professional in covert operations. It is often referenced on the internet when an ordinary person is conducting anonymous or secret investigations. For example, during an operation, one of these individuals might say, "This is Snake. I've infiltrated the building." Dissociative identity disorder. A condition in which a single person has more than one personality. A personality is defined as a continuous pattern of engaging with one's environment while being aware of the environment and their ego. In other words, a human being's ego presents itself by recognizing the continuous passage of time, confirming that their actions and subsequently received information are consistent, and from there is themselves. Personality change in DID is sudden and can be triggered by psychological stress, social stress, as well as various other environmental factors. The disorder is characterized by many cases in which the different personalities do not retain the same memories. The age of onset is in early childhood, but it may not always be clinically apparent. It is easier for the disorder to become chronic should the patient have experienced some form of childhood abuse or psychological trauma. It was first referred to as multiple personality disorder in the DSM-3, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 3rd edition, published in 1980 by the American Psychiatric Association. And while the name may be commonplace, it has not been used since the DSM-4 in 1994. Diagnostic results. Just kidding. Gigglomaniac. Delusion synchro rate 100%. You are completely and utterly delusional. Oh, these are from the form we filled out. That's right. I checked every single box. It's very possible that you can no longer live without your delusions. You constantly fall in love with two-dimensional characters, and you wish you could walk straight into your computer screen. Real life will never be fulfilling to you. It's too late. But there's no need to feel guilty about it. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. Surrender yourself fully to your delusions, to your imagination. As long as you're happy, nothing else matters. I just ask that you stay cognizant of your own health. Always make sure to eat, take care of yourself when you're sick, and take care of yourself in general. As long as you do that, you may continue living in your blissful, luscious, delusional life where you never have to worry about the pain of reality again. Your delusions shall never betray you. Everyone knows that we're awful now. Unlocked quite a few, huh? Why is it not letting me? Okay, well. Diagnosis. Oh, you can see them alphabetically. This way. Okay, this is what I wanted to see. How many were missing from the start? Okay. Save again. Okay. That was my first thought had been that the image from Shogun and the Demon Girl was a precognitive photograph, a thought which only drove me to look into it all the more. What if, maybe, just maybe, there were tons of psychics all over the world and I just didn't know? Back when I was a kid, when that bus accident happened, I'd managed something that had been pretty close to precognition. For that reason, I couldn't completely rule out its existence. Yeah. But no matter how much I searched, all I could find was extremely dubious articles about the occult, voodoo, shit, or whatever else. There was absolutely nothing that proved scientifically whether it existed or not.
一つぐらいあってもいいだろう。
Growing increasingly frustrated, I violently tapped away at the keyboard. I couldn't deal with how anxious not having a concrete answer made me. Was the world really telling me to give up? To wait here, trembling in fear of demons that might or might not come? I couldn't stay sane like that. Of course, I would have vastly, vastly preferred to learn that precognition didn't exist, but regardless of what the truth was, I needed to know it, badly. Pretty much out of options, I decided to take a look at Channel's occult board. The place was typically home to nothing but total BS noise, lies and misinformation mainly, but it actually had some pretty mind-blowing and even useful information scattered on it sometimes. Biting back how frantic I was, I opened up Channel. Then I clicked on the occult board and gave precognition a search. And when I did... Well, dude. Precognition and prophecies, phantasm general, new gen. Actually predicting the future, Japan, precognition thread number 6. Tone Feston, queen of precognition. Messiah, Fest, precognition discussion. Mission. What do you guys think of Phantasm's prophetic songs? Clear precognition, IMO. Why Phantasm are literal murderers pretending to have precognition, part 5. If you've had precognitive dreams, get your ass in this thread, trolls, GTFO. Logging off to hear Fess's prophecies, precognition, IRL, part 3. Is Fess... singer in Phantom? Is that like a band? My search pulled up a surprising number of threads, about 30 of them. Was precognition a hot topic on Channel at the moment? If so, I'm assuming that's the gray-haired girl. With a gulp, I checked the thread titles one by one.
Phantasm. FES.
Why is my mouse, like, moving so little? Should I unplug it and replug it in? Most of the threads contained those two keywords. In addition, new gen discussion had also wormed its way in, with lots of unsettling terms like prophetic lyrics and murderer being used. Having never heard of Phantasm before, I went to Google them. Apparently, they were a Shibuya-based 4-piece gothic punk band that had been doing live concerts recently. They were so popular, in fact, they were completely dominating the indie music scene, with a female vocalist known only as Fess. Anyway, to check whether it was related to precognition or not, I clicked on the thread at the top titled Precognition and Prophecies, Phantasm General, New Gen 43, and gave the contents a brief skim. New tip, Black Mass. Come your tits, everyone. But yeah, let's all go to the concert Sunday. Those who duel? Oh, those who do will enjoy Fest Sama's Black Mass not letting it go to waste. This annual getting the crucifixion treatment. I read the lyrics, but it still feels like a stretch. The phrasing is vague. There's no way any are actual prophecies. If I'm wrong, though, have mercy on me, crucifixion killer. Wait, can I scroll here? Okay, no, that scared me. It was just the log. Calling it a precognition or a prophecy or whatever F it is taking it way too far, Lamau. This ain't Nostradamus. So how about we all just sit back and enjoy the music for what it is? Should I hit... Let me try hitting my mouse real quick, actually. Okay, that didn't do anything. Maybe I should unplug it and plug it back in. It's still not moving much. Why is it doing that? I mean, I guess it's fine for a game like this, but going into like a game cartridge, where would I even? I guess where it plugs in. I guess I could try a different USB port on my computer too, maybe? Question mark. Oh, my desk is messy. I guess I can give that a try. You know, maybe it is a little dirty, actually. I do have some alcohol here and Q-tips. I could like wipe it down a bit. Maybe I will do that. Could help. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Anything else does something similar because it gets cat fur on the sensor. I see. Maybe that is it as well. Maybe I should look at the bottom of my mouse just to make sure. I don't think that's a good idea. It's like, you know, like rubbing alcohol. Actually, it's 99% isopropyl. Wait. Do I have any tweezers? I don't know if I do. Toothpick. I have so much random stuff by my desk, but I do see some fibers, maybe cat fur on here. Yeah, this is a cat fur. Multicolored. Okay. Maybe it'll be better now. Let's see. No. No. Well, I guess this is fine. I mean, I can still reach like the edges of my screen. Well, actually, no. There's not much room side to side on my, because my keyboard is. But this is the space I can move my mouse. But whatever. I'll figure it out later, I guess. Don't know why it did that, but actually, what if maybe no? Okay. I was like, what if it's my mouse pad? No. Oof, yeah. Oh well, oh well. Okay, yeah, we read all these. Oh, if his stuff ain't bad lyrically, but I can definitely feel the new gen connection, TBH. Everyone always talks about Fess. If the composer, yo, poor guy is getting no credit. Fess done. This post. Oh. Feston is my waifu. What you guys mean by new gen prophecy stuff? Oh, these are some of the lyrics. O servant, revealed by the light of the moonlit night, connect the phantasmal paths which lead to this place. Little do they know their screams will soon turn to silence, and repose shall fall upon us as we link hand in hand within the wind. I guess this is like, you know, people were speculating the group of 5, that they were like holding hands, right, when they jumped, so. I say F Phantasm like Lamau, their fans are terrifying. You'd think they were all brainwashed. Well, now you're gonna get it. Don't leak the lyrics. Those lyrics. Depending on how you interpreted them, they could be seen as referring to the group Dive. And yet, those lyrics had been released 2 months ago, which meant they hadn't been written after the crucifixion. Or could it just be a coincidence? Or could Phantasm be yet another one of the demon girl's underlings? I read the thread in more detail, only to find out that each of the 3 New Gen incidents had all been prophesied by Phantasm's lyrics. However, the lyrics for the songs that supposedly prophesied the man-child and crucifixion incidents had not been posted on that channel. Apparently, uploading them online was viewed as a taboo of sorts. The philosophy seemed to be, if you really want to know, just go to the concerts and buy an album yourself. Regardless, there were a great number of people online trying to predict the next New Gen case based on the songs Phantasm had performed thus far. And apparently, ever since New Gen kicked off, Phantasm's albums had been completely selling out. Can we go to one of their concerts? They had been so successful, in fact, that even the mainstream media had picked up on it. Gothic band boasting cult following rises among the youth of Shibuya. News stories like that were popping up all over the place. The one writing the lyrics was the head singer, Fess. Nobody knew her real name. What if Fess was actually the demon girl? If she was, it would explain how she'd managed to prophesize the incidents literal months before they'd occur. The demon girl was the culprit after all. I tried doing an image search, but I couldn't find any good photos of her face. All the pictures were taken by phones during her concerts, and they were so blurry that I couldn't even begin to make out her face. I wiped my sweat-drenched forehead with the hem of my shirt. I was frustrated. I was scared. I couldn't believe anything. I didn't even want to see anything. Several emotions swirled within me, suffocating me. My breathing hadn't even come close to stabilizing this entire time. But even so, I knew one thing for certain. I needed to see Fess's face. With trembling fingers, I typed in Phantasm's name and clicked on their official website. Edgy. The site was mostly black, decorated only by text of a uniform deep crimson color. It was unrelenting in its simplicity, and yet it felt so incredibly eerie and strange. Discography information. There was barely anything on the site at all, just basic information on their concerts and discography. There wasn't even a single image. There were no profiles on the band members, nor anything on their song lyrics.
やっぱり犯人だけあってネットに顔写真が流出しないようにしてるのか。
Talk about thorough. I took a look at their performance schedule and saw that they typically performed about every other week. Their next concert was...
あさって。
Wow, the day after tomorrow. Let's go, let's go, let's go. If I went to it, I'd be able to check whether Fess was the demon girl or not. But even if I did find out they were one and the same, what would I even do? Report Fess to the police? Cry and beg for her to leave me alone? Bring her crucifix and attempt a mock exorcism? Yeah, none of those were gonna happen. I was up against a demon. There was no way in hell an otaku freak like me could come out on top. Problem is, if I didn't, I'd die. She'd transform my corpse into her newest art piece, and I'd be posted on the All Things New Gen site as yet another case.
そんなのやだ!
But if I didn't do something, I'd never find out what that picture of me that Shogun had sent really meant. And on the off chance that Fess wasn't connected to the demon girl, maybe I could ask her to help me fight against whoever the demon girl actually was.
だけど、やっぱり無理だ。ライブなんて行けるわけがない。
I'd never been to one in my life. You can change that. That sort of thing was infinitely beyond my comfort zone. Not to mention, concert halls were cramped and dark and noisy and crowded. Just imagining a place like that made me want to hurl. I was at my wit's end. I had no idea what to do. The chills on the back of my neck still hadn't gone away, and a painful prickling sensation suddenly turned into a burning one. I looked behind me yet again, but, like always, nobody was there.
もうやめてよ。
I closed my eyes tightly, focusing on nothing other than waiting for the gaze to disappear. I didn't want to go through this torment for the rest of my life. For all I knew, this gaze would straight up kill me someday.
考えろ、匠。僕にできることを考えろ。
Okay. Back at Shibuya Station. Oh. Hiding in the shadow of a telephone pole, I looked at the Gigantus concert hall from afar. Wow. Wow. After agonizing over it all day yesterday. Yeah. I did what needed to be done. So here I was, Gigantus. It was located on a narrow street in Shibuya beneath the elevated railroad tracks. It had a very distinct red brick exterior. The exterior was lit up too, giving off an old-fashioned, austere vibe that made it feel as if I'd been transported back in time to the 50s or something. To think a spot like this was in Shibuya of all places. I'd had no idea it had even existed until yesterday. It was only 5 minutes from the station on foot, yet there weren't very many people at all. Every once in a while, a train would pass over the elevated tracks with a tremendous roar, and the telephone pole I was hiding behind would tremble slightly, but that was it. Just a moment ago, there had been a bunch of what appeared to be Phantasm fans in front of Gigantus. Some of them were wearing outfits so out there, I'd almost mistaken them for cosplayers. However, what surprised me the most was that there honestly weren't that many of them. Despite being such a huge topic online, there must have been no more than 100 people there. Regardless, they were all inside the building now. The concert had already begun, but since none of the audio managed to bleed outside, it certainly didn't feel like it. Aww. You didn't go in, huh? My heart palpitations had gone away after I'd fallen asleep yesterday, but they'd come back with a vengeance the second I'd arrived in front of the venue. It'd been so hard to breathe, I almost thought I was dealing with some kind of heart failure. But really, I knew exactly why it was so bad. This place was filled with a thick, impenetrable darkness. The demon girl and her underlings could be lurking around any corner. Knowing that, I'd been on the lookout for anyone that might attack me ever since I got here. The sheer anxiety and paranoia was comparable to what it felt like going through the Wands Volcano dungeon in ESO. Mobs in the Wands Volcano dungeon were OP as hell, and it was surrounded by the kind of lava that insta-killed you if you so much as clipped it with your pinky toe. That shit couldn't have been play-tested, the amount of times I died there. Holy hell. I wiped the sweat off my forehead with a hand towel and gulped down a gob of saliva. Right as I did, the door at the top of the stairs opened, and the furious beating of drums reverberated from inside Gigantus for a few seconds. A single guy exited from the door. He jogged nimbly down the stairs, then toward me. We're being approached? It's this guy! I had invited Misumi-kun to go to the venue with me. As I didn't know his phone number, I'd been forced to go to school today just to ask him to go. It If he hadn't come with me, I probably wouldn't have even made it this far. And even if I'd somehow forced myself to go into the building alone, if the demon girl was there, it would be a certified game over. So I had Misumi-kun operate as a scout, I see. I did feel bad about throwing him into the line of fire, so I obviously hadn't told him about that part. The only people I could rely on were him and Nanami, so I picked the less annoying of the two, Misumi-kun. I even covered his ticket cost, so, in a sense, you could say I'd hired him for 1,000 yen.
ほらよ、これ CD ね。
Oh,
俺
thanks.
自分の分も買っちまったよ。
Misumi-kun handed me a Phantasm album. They were being sold for an outrageous premium in online auctions, but I'd heard on that channel that they were also available at their concerts, so I'd asked Misumi-kun to buy one for me. And now that I had one, I had achieved half the goals I'd set out for myself. As for the remaining half...
いやー、予想以上にいいな、ファンタズムって。
Seems like he enjoyed their concert, huh? Well, part of me is like, did he just like the singer, or did he actually enjoy their music? Misumi-kun had been acting pretty excited ever since he'd exited the venue.
俺、あんまミーハーになりたくなかったんで聞こうとしなかったんだ
Cause
けど
you
よ。
know me, I'm
今
no
日ちょっ
sheep.
と生で聞いただけでファンになっちまった。
The other thing I'd asked Misumi-kun to do was report anything in particular that stood out about the band members. I knew they would all come out on stage once the concert started, so all I'd wanted him to do was a quick scan, then head back to me right after. And yet, despite my very specific instructions, he hadn't come back for a full 5 minutes after the show started. This is probably because he'd listened to the entirety of the first song.
特にボーカル。ありゃマジでいい女だぜ。お前、女見る目あるな。
My man. I sighed internally, thinking with... Yeah, why was I even surprised so much for I'm no sheep?
どんな人だった？
ああ、そっか。報告な。
I dig this,
面白いな。
the wording.
そう思わねえ。
Misumi-kun groomed himself, and I pressed him again to tell me about Fess's appearance.
髪型はショートカットだった。
And just like that, there was already a huge discrepancy. Did that mean Fess wasn't the demon girl? No, wait. I couldn't let myself jump to conclusions here. She could have cut her hair, she could have used hair extensions, or she could have changed it in some other way. It wouldn't surprise me if she'd been in disguise when I'd seen her at the crime scene.
スタイルがすっげえ良くて、あと背が高かったな。ありゃ俺と同じぐらいはあるんじゃねえの？
背が。
And the same height as you? Misumi-kun and I were about the same height, which meant Fess was probably around 170 centimeters tall. Pretty tall for a girl. But I hadn't gotten that impression at all when I'd encountered the demon girl. My memories from back then were hazy, but I still felt like the demon girl had been shorter than me. Yet another thing that didn't line up then. And I can't wait to see Fess. Surely we'll meet her at some point, right?
アンニュイな雰囲気してたな。
Too cool for school.
声はクールってイメージかな。結構ボソボソと喋るタイプだった。胸のサイズはまあまあ。でもゴスパンの服は妙な色気があったぜ。ああいうのもありだな。断然あ。
Oh god. Every single word he said was useless. Then again, I'd only gotten a quick look at the demon girl, so I couldn't exactly list her features. This plan was probably doomed from the start. Music's best. Imagine.
っていうかよ、そんなにフェスに興味あるなら自分の目で見ればいいじゃねえか。ほら、行こうぜ。
Oh, are we gonna go in? Let's go, let's go! Misumi-kun began to push me from behind, forcing me up the stairs to Gigantus. I desperately tried to fight back, but Misumi-kun was stronger than me. I couldn't get away. How exciting!
痛いんだろ、フェスの顔を。素直になるって。
Let's go, let's go!
男の差がだよな。たくは。この前一緒に帰ってたメガネの子のことは、今夜だけは気にすんなって。
You...
俺も田中のことは忘れるからよ。
What the hell was he talking about? I tried to stand my ground and fight back, but to my horror, I realized that I was already at the top of the stairs. While it was only the second floor, if I were to slip and fall, it would hurt like hell. Just the thought made me stop resisting as hard. And in that moment of weakness, my entire body weight was sent crashing through the door and into the venue. Okay. Yay, concert time! Woo! Woo! The second I hit the inside, an explosion of sound blasted my eardrums. I never experienced something so loud before. Even the pit of my stomach was being forcibly shaken by the vibrations. It was so intense, it felt as if my entire body was being crushed to pieces. Actually, why is the skip activated? I mean, this is all new to us, so I don't think anything should be skipped. It was probably my cat. Ah! She jumped down from onto my desk just now. Maybe she like hit a button. How do I deactivate that? Let me go back to let me see, do I still have the page with the controls open? Perhaps. Oh man, I need to close out of so many of these tabs. There's so many. Oh, I think I found it. Wait, I don't think she was close to any of these buttons though. Any of these keys. Let me just... Oops, that's not right. Let me save though real quick anyways. I like this music. Back. Oh, it's gone now. Okay, I guess that's fine then. There were no seats in the venue. Everyone was standing up to watch. They were all rocking their bodies in rhythm with each other, shouting "Fess, fess, fess" as their fists shot up and down. Still nowhere near the level of otage performance though. The heat was devastating. It made me want to vomit. I might have been an otaku, but I was definitely not the type to obsess over idols or voice actors. Honestly, I hated this kind of atmosphere. Aw. I could tell I stuck out like a sore thumb, but thankfully nobody was paying any attention to me. There were so many people in front of me, I could barely see the stage at the far end of the room. Just the blinding stage lights and the faint figures of 4 people standing under them. And as I was getting overwhelmed by everything happening around me, Misumi-kun handed me a plastic cup of soda. Seemed like Misumi-kun had paid for my ticket too. I'd have to make sure to pay him back later. Aw. Misumi-kun. Before I knew it, the song was over. The audience clapped and cheered. Woo! Then, having seemingly calmed down a little, everyone brought down their fists. Thanks to that, the road to the stage finally opened up, and I was able to see it clearly. I got a good look at the short-haired girl standing in the middle of the stage. She was definitely not the demon girl. Wow, so cool. So edgy. I like her necklace.
声がクリアに聞こえる。世界がとても澄んでいる。
The world is very translucent. Interesting. The voice coming through the imp sounded nothing like the demon girl that had said those cryptic words to me. Misumi-kun was right. Fess definitely had an aloof vibe to her. Despite her short hair, she didn't feel boyish. She gave off this mysterious aura with a mix of charm, allure, and a hint of distance. And to top it all off, the silver accessories she was wearing all glittered fantastically as they reflected the lights. It felt like I was starting to understand why there were so many threads about her on @channel. They only solve all our problems, only on the murders just anyway, right? Yeah. Surely. In this kind of concert, I'd always thought that the band members would be more energetic, but Fess seemed incredibly indifferent about the intermission. She was pretty much the exact opposite of the excited audience. Maybe that was just the type of person she was. But it seemed like the audience wasn't surprised by that. They just stayed silent during the break, listening closely to Fess's words. I'm sorry, what? Wait, let me go to the... I want to read the tips list. Dude. It's like a degradation of the word dude. Using some similar slang word dude with the O's replaced with zeros. Oh. Also known as a witch's sabbath, a ritual performed by satanic cults. Although it is referred to as a Sabbath, it is the exact opposite of the masses held by the Catholic Church. When Black Mass begins, the devil appears in the form of a giant goat. Huh. The blood of infants. Oh goodness. Sheep. A derogatory term used to refer to those who blindly follow the leader or shepherd without question. Brainwashing, the use of violent methods to forcibly reconstruct someone's thoughts or principles. Brainwashing is performed by applying intense external pressure via physical methods such as confinement, threats, physical violence, use of drugs, etc., or psychological methods such as instilling guilt, verbal abuse, etc. It is a method of mental reconstruction that is even stronger than mind control. Extension, also known as a hairpiece, a type of hair accessories. It is a patch of artificial hair worn primarily by women for fashion purposes. It's like a unique cheer performance that a selection of fans enact at idol concerts and other live shows. Some performances include very intense physical movements, with each and every one of the movements having a specific name to them. Fans in an audience performing Otage in perfect coordination is a sight to behold. And this. I don't know how to pronounce this. In Greek mythology, it is one of the two rivers located at the entrance to the underworld. The name translates to River of Lamentation. The dead cross this river in order to enter the underworld. I see. Okay. Back.
世界の均衡は大いなる意志が生まれてから数千年間保たれていた。
I see.
でも今、それは崩れつつある。とても不安定。だから、私は歌うわ。君たちのカオスを受け入れてあげる。
Okay. So mysterious. Oh, I guess they were a goth punk band, so the band members probably had characters that they played. Maybe it was an easy way to win over the hearts of fans, just spout some random nonsense that hinted that it might mean something, giving it enough mystique to keep people engrossed. Speaking of mystique, Fess was holding something strange in her hand. In her left hand was a plain old mic, but in the other she was holding some sort of weirdly shaped mic stand. It looked kind of like a sword. Oh. I think I might have seen this in one of the opening videos, but it was shaped so elegantly it felt sinister. It looked so sharp that if you even so much as grazed it, it would slice your finger in two. It was huge too, as tall as Fess in fact. There are also lines of glass embedded into it, which glowed with an ominous blue light. I couldn't tell if it was really a sword or not, but either way, it wasn't half bad as a character accessory. No complaints there. I was strangely captivated by it. Then, only using her right arm, Fess casually lifted the huge mic stand and with an underhand grip she swung it sideways. The blue light from the glass drew a wide arc with its afterglow. The hell? That was so dangerous! What if it had hit someone in the crowd? That wasn't a mic stand. Could it be a sword? And every night she would use it to cut the throat of some poor audience member harvesting blood to offer to the demon girl. or something. So was this concert actually some sort of black mass organized by a bunch of witches? A fierce chill ran down my spine just thinking about it. Goosebumps covered my entire body. I really should get out of here ASAP. But the moment I thought that, Fess let out a gentle whisper.
次は3曲目
Okay.
密教の首飾り
Necklace. The crowd let out a huge cry of joy upon hearing that. Oh. Ah, it's so cool. She really is so cool. Weapon looks cool too, or whatever it actually is. A moment later, the members of Phantasm all started playing, and a second flood of sound poured into my ears. A thunderous roar came from the speakers, a roar that felt like it was going to blow out my eardrums. How had these people not gone deaf yet, hanging out in places like this all the time? Looking to my side, I noticed Misumi-kun was fully into it, pumping his fist in sync with the rest of the audience. I joined and Fess began to sing, and when I heard the lyrics, I swallowed hard. She was singing the prophetic song that had been posted all over at Channel. It was a dark piece that didn't feel the slightest bit optimistic. Even its melody felt like a religious psalm, and the lyrics definitely didn't help. I'm slapping hard. It does. It really does go hard. Everyone's getting riled up at first, but as the song went on, the excitement dropped further and further. And by the end, everyone just stood there, not saying a word. But that was because everyone was fully lost in the sound. Some of them just stared at Fess, completely entranced. There was definitely something about Fess's singing voice that captivated people. Even as I battled fear and nausea in the middle of the crowd, I found myself listening very closely to her song, not wanting to miss it. Goosebumps sprang up all over me. For a moment, it felt like the air itself had frozen over. Okay. The song ended. Fess was looking down at the stage, swaying her body from side to side as she soaked in the last echoes of the music. And then she suddenly looked back up, and without even gazing around for a second, she instantly... Eye contact? She's looking at us? Oh gosh, we can choose. Do we want to have a delusion? Well, I kind of want to know what would happen. Okay, let me save though. Looked at me. Okay. Save. It's like, even knowing what happens, I'm still just so curious. Okay, here we go. Looked at me. And it wasn't like she just glanced in the general direction of my eyes, or like she briefly made eye contact with me or anything like that. Fess was blatantly looking right at me. I'd even go as far as to say she was staring at me, fixedly, as if evaluating my existence, as if searching deep within my heart. Her gaze was all too intense, and yet, somehow, she seemed a little sad. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're woozy. As she descended from the stage into the audience, I couldn't take my eyes off her. What was going through her head, I wondered. The rest of the Phantasm members resumed playing, but Fess wasn't singing this time. She just wandered about in the middle of the crowd, and then she casually threw her jacket off, exposing her sexy shoulders. The previously quiet fans are getting excited once again. Everyone threw their fists in the air as they jumped up and down wildly. They made the ground shake so hard it felt like an earthquake. However, nobody laid a finger on Fess. Maybe they thought she was too holy of an existence to be touched. Normally, if a girl with her charisma dove into the crowd, it wouldn't be surprising if they got crushed to death. But it seemed like that Phantasm's herd of sheep had agreed to restrain themselves, all abiding by the unspoken rule of do not touch Fess. And in doing so, they could feel Fess's presence right in front of them. They could savor the fragrance of Fess's sweat. They could touch the same air as Fess. And that was the greatest joy her followers could ever know. Until this point, I thought that this was just any other performance. But I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw what Fess did next. Oh gosh, what is she gonna do in his delusion? She casually began to unfasten the belt around her waist, and then she threw it into the crowd. All of her followers instantly reached for it, competing with one another to lay their claim over it. Then, with a sidelong glance at them, Fess unzipped her miniskirt. Her skirt gently fell to her feet. That sound effect? Isn't this like the music from the title screen? It's so scary. She seemed to not have a care in the world about her acolytes seeing her in such revealing clothing. Maybe she was high off the atmosphere of the venue, maybe this was just part of the performance. I had no idea. Oh. Yeah. Fess looked at me once more. Her lips formed a bewitching smile. Fess's eyes were fixed on me, never once looking elsewhere. She slowly started approaching as if she had found her target. Why this music though? What, is she gonna kill us? In his delusion? Then when she finally arrived before my very eyes, as if I was her lover, she blew her sweet breath toward me and wrapped her arms around me. Her skin was slightly damp with sweat. The sun and warmth were so alluring they made me dizzy. It was true what they say about singing being exhausting because I could feel her rag breath directly on my skin. Arms wrapped around my back, holding me close, her nails digging into the nape of my neck, and her thighs were twined around my legs. Shivers ran through my entire body like jolts of electricity. I wasn't able to push her aside, nor could I return her embrace. The only thing I could do was stand still, staring at her with my eyes wide in confusion. Her followers cheered again, but this time the noises they made sounded more like screams. The music played by Phantasm intensified. Chants of Fest echoed throughout the venue. Then shouts of do it began to follow. I think we are gonna get killed by her. Do it? Do what exactly? In a situation like this, what could they be talking about? I had no idea. Fess, meanwhile, just kept hugging me in silence. Seeking help, I looked for Misumi-kun's silhouette in the crowd. When I found him, to my surprise, he was sharing an intense kiss with a girl in the crowd I'd never seen before. No, it wasn't just Misumi-kun. The rest of the acolytes, boys and girls alike, were throwing their clothes off, getting as naked as the day they were born. Oh. Some race one another, others place their lips together, some even beginning to do the deed. Hell screams of pandemonium complemented the gluttony for carnal pleasure. Oh. This is the Black Mass. I finally realized this is an obscene feast hosted by the witch known as Fess. And more importantly, the sacrifice brought in for the witch today was me. I had been chosen as the partner for Fess. Was this really what a Phantasm concert was like? I was also beginning to lose myself in the atmosphere. I could feel a hazy mist engulfing my mind. I felt excitement toward what was to come, but also dread. I felt superior, having been chosen by Fess. I was completely entranced by ecstasy. I thought I was going insane, like time, the world, had stopped completely. Fess's laughter reached my ears once more. Even in this flood of sound, I could hear her voice clear as day. What a sexy voice. Just hearing the sound of it put me on the verge of fainting. Fess was seducing me into diving further and further into this melting pot of pleasure. Oh, and then she whispered.
その目誰の目
Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh! We're back?
フェスエロいよ。
Okay, I guess we made it back from the concert now. Sitting in front of my PC, I had gotten lost in another delusion of mine. The concert I'd gone to earlier today was great. I see. As far as 3D girls went, Fest was pretty nice. That said, the number of people in the crowd had been way too high. Hell would have to freeze over for me to go there again. I'd wanted to GTFO basically the entire time. In the end, the size of the crowd made me too sick, so I had to rush to leave the venue. Today's delusion had been awesome. And who knows, maybe Phantasm Fest actually did that kind of stuff. They just decided to skip today. You can think what you want, Taku. Well, anyway, I guess I'll log into ESO or something. To me, ESO was my life. It was my happy place, a breath of fresh air that let me forget all about the real world. As long as I could immerse myself in ESO, I could forget about all my troubles. I could stop being me and instead wander Baselard as Neatheart. But today, for some reason, Neatheart was a little off. Yes, I knew that he relied entirely on my inputs and my decisions, but somehow, I found myself struggling to pull off things I could normally do with my eyes closed. This game was supposed to be a breath of fresh air, but today, the more I played it, the more irritated I got. You know, this music kind of sounds like it would be in Pokemon or something. I knew it was all my fault, but I still took my anger out on Neatheart. I yanked out my hair and kicked the bare steel wall. Having let out all my anger, I took a deep breath and sat back down on my chair. Oops, I stared vacantly at my monitor. Neatheart was just standing there, facing toward the gates of the city of Shangri-La, free of my control. Sound like Pokemon? Yeah. His back was facing toward me, just as it always was when I fought enemies. And of course, he was at the maximum level. It'd be scary if he just like turned around or something.
僕の経験値っていくつなんだろう
Had the human known as Nishijo Takumi leveled up even slightly since he'd started playing ESO? No, since he'd been born? If I had, then why was I still so bad at talking to people, even though I was nearly an adult? Why was I a borderline shut-in? If I didn't log in as Neatheart for weeks, would he also turn into a shut-in like me? Whose eyes are those eyes? I suddenly remembered those words as I stared at Neatheart's back. I was mildly interested in what Neatheart would do when I wasn't controlling him. So, figuring I'd observe him for a little bit, I left my keyboard alone as I ate some chips. Man, chips! I wish I had chips. Then surely, he'd waltz right into the city of Shangri-La, wind blowing against his shoulders, right? He was the hero everyone worshipped after all. Oh.
ねえ、ナイトハルト。僕はいつでもお前を見てるんだぞ。
Should we? I wonder though, is it okay to just give him so many delusions in general? Like, is he gonna be okay? Let me save. Okay, I do want to see what'll happen. Okay, I guess we'll do it then. Curiosity wins out.
お前はそれに気づいてるの?
Is he gonna start talking with us? You know, I feel like maybe I'm getting better at being less easily startled. I say that, but then as soon as something like new comes up. And then Yeah, let's go to the 2D world. Ah, we're back to this again. I hadn't typed anything, and yet Neathart still spoke. It's got... What's the worst that could happen when he begins to fingers in a Neathart as well? Oh man, and the spooky music is playing again. Thinking it was just an optical illusion, I rubbed my eyes, but the message was still there, displayed in the chat. Go to the 2D world? What was that supposed to mean? Even you can be a hero. We'll fight together.
それって僕に言ってるの？
You're not into 3D, right? You couldn't care less about it?
いや、そうだけど。
Neathart was speaking to me, the player controlling him. WTF. Did he have a will of his own after all? Place your hand on the monitor. When you do, you'll be able to enter Baselard as Nishijo Takumi. The password is... Whose eyes are those eyes?
だが断る。
誰の目？
二次元世界に行くならせっかくだから僕はエロゲの世界を選ぶぜ。バゼラードはお前に任せるよ、ナイトハルト。
After replying, I used forced shutdown to turn off my computer. Okay. Okay, Takumi. I mean, a fantasy world sounds pretty cool, though. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I reluctantly decided to go to school today, but before I knew it, I found myself going to buy a phone with my little sister. Oh, phone time! I'm sure you don't understand what I'm saying, but I don't really understand it either. I thought I was going insane.
お兄何ブツブツ言ってんの
Yay, shopping!
それよりほらこの機種はどうかって聞いてるんだけど
I think I want to go home. Besides, how many times do I have to tell you that I don't need a cell phone? Oh. No! Don't talk about her like that. When I'd gone to school today, Nanami had made her assault right in my classroom. After happily saying, "Wow, you actually came to school today!" She'd ordered me to go out and buy a phone with her once school was over. Once the bell rang, I tried to escape without her noticing, but I'd forgotten how quick Nanami was on her feet. So, after being chased and easily caught up to, I found myself being dragged all the way to the front of the station. I didn't want to go anywhere near the station, and I felt like that the whole way there. Even now, I already felt like I was gonna throw up. Nanami, though, not giving a damn about what I felt, was busy admiring the many different models on display in the front of the store. I tried to wrap my head around why exactly Nanami was so insistent about getting me a phone, but I just got a headache instead.
これ色が結構可愛いじゃんいいと思うな
Since she was asking for my opinion, I gave a simple reply.
それっていい？
Oh.
うんでもなお兄にはちょっと可愛すぎかも
Oh, I mean, he already said it's fine. Can she at least find a shop in a less crowded place? I guess that's true. See, it didn't even matter what I said. That would happen regardless. I completely lost track of how many times I'd said that's fine by this point. Oh. She'd ask my opinion, but she didn't actually intend to listen to it. Like 3D ghosts.
お兄大丈夫やっぱり人の多さにやられちゃったマクディで休もうか
McD. McD? Effing prime hangout spot for Dokyuns? That place was hell incarnate. I violently shook my head no.
そっかじゃあなるべく早めに決めるねでもちょっと迷っちゃっててさ
Man, fast food fries do sound good though. I decided to just leave Nanami behind and go home. While Nanami intensely examined the array of cell phones, I took my chance to slip away. Right as I turned toward 107, I saw something so strange it stopped me dead in my tracks. What was that? Across the crowds of people on the stairs to 107 stood a girl that stuck out like a sore thumb. Was she holding a sword? Dun dun dun. The color and aura it gave off felt somewhat similar to the mic stand Fess had been using at the concert. In fact, I'd say it was perfectly fair to think of them in the same vein. Oh, is it that dark long-haired girl then. But even then, it was still one massive sword. It might have even been longer than Fess's mic stand. To my surprise, the girl was wearing a suimei uniform. I couldn't make out her face from this distance, but despite holding something so conspicuous, the girl seemed relaxed as could be. She simply watched the people walk down the street from atop the stairs. Talk about bravery, I was seriously impressed. I couldn't believe she was walking around right smack in the middle of Shibuya with that massive toy sword. Was the sword a cosplay prop from some new anime? Then again, I was pretty familiar with all the anime that were airing. Was there really a series with a sword like that? Had it slipped under my radar? Of course, walking around Shibuya holding one would be too much for me, but the sword itself was pretty damn cool. Kinda wanted to get one, honestly. Hello, this is my first stream of yours. Hello, pleb. Do you have a preference between... would it be plebe or pleb? And Willow. But hello, welcome. The sword is really cool. I wondered if I could get one in Akiba. Even better if I could order it online.
Oni?
Ah, Nanami. I was suddenly struck with an elbow to the back. The pain almost made me black out and collapse on the spot. Oof. Alright, the first one also Will is fine as well. I don't have a preference. Ah, okay, gotcha. I turned around to find Anonymous with her hands on her hips, sullen as could be.
No,
certainly not.
確かにナナが選ぶのに時間かけすぎたのは悪いと思うけどさ。だからってナナを左にして逃げようとするなんてひどいよ。
I lazily shook my head from side to side.
お兄のバカ。携帯の電磁波の浴びすぎで腎臓を悪くして死んじゃう。
No. That was her deal.
一生懸命お兄のために選んであげてたナナがバカみたいじゃん。こうなったらもう適当に決める。お兄なんてナナと同じ機種で十分だよ。
Nanami forcefully grabbed my arm.
本気で今日契約するんだからね。それまで絶対逃がさない。
Yay, phone!
話せよ。
分かったならさっさと来て。
I didn't have a clue why Nanami had gotten so worked up. She really was a pain in the ass. Oh. Okay. In the end, Nanami picked out a model with ease, as if she hadn't just spent 10 years trying to choose. After spending around an hour on the contract and other technical stuff, I tried to finally head back home with my phone, but Nanami stopped me.
ナナが初期設定してあげるからマクでいいやろ。
Without waiting for a response, she grabbed me by the back of my collar and started dragging me to the nearest McD against my will.
どうせお兄、携帯持って帰っても電源入れずにほったらかしにするに決まってるんだから。
That does sound like something he would do.
ナナがちゃんと使えるようにしてあげる。
How much longer was she planning to hold me hostage? And out of all the places she could have chosen to do it in, why McD? Well, I mean, you can get some fries at least. Instead, the Shibuya McD was the embodiment of chaos. None of them ever shut up. The sheer amount of Dokyuns was off the charts. Actually, yeah, now I think it is Shibuya too, so I guess, yeah. At the table right next to us sat 3 Dokyun tier mothers with dyed brown hair, and to make things even better, they'd brought their kids with them. They just left their children. Little crotch Collins with red hot. What does he even mean by this? He's like to run around the restaurant squealing their heads off. Instead of controlling them, they just kept on chatting away. At a different table was yet another group of Dokyuns, this time made up of 4 high school guys all laughing like obnoxious pricks. Next, 2 high school girls complete with baggy socks and dyed brown hair sat opposite to each other, hyper-focused on their phones. They didn't even bother talking. Beside them was a snoring middle-aged businessman slumped down on his table, making it pretty obvious that he was skipping out on work. But what really made me double-take was this table close by with a group of 5 elementary schoolers, some boys, some girls. They all sat there with their little school bags on the floor, happily chatting it up with each other as their legs swung back and forth beneath the table. So, considering that it was co-ed, was it a mixer? It was, wasn't it? Weren't they elementary schoolers? Well, regardless, the point is that as far as the eye could see, there are groups of people that I avoided like the plague. Nanami had no problem at all relaxing in a place like this. Me, on the other hand, just setting foot in here only served to make my headache and nausea 1,000 times worse. Wait, why the hell did I have to play along with my sister and stay here in the first place? Oh, ringtone! Without even looking in my direction, Nanami played around with my phone as she prodded me for an answer.
アニソン
What? Why not? You're the one asking me what I prefer. Come on, it's my phone, so at least let me pick what I want.
大村彼らの新曲
にしたら、
あれすっごくいい曲だよ。最近のナナのお気に入り。
それこそ却下だ。
まあ、お兄に大村彼らは似合わないか。
After showing how little she actually cared about what I thought, Nanami took a bite of one of her French fries. French fries. Oh, they really do sound so good. Yes, for a fish sandwich combo before dinner, one that I had to pay for. I, meanwhile, was feeling so garbage that my appetite was long gone. Oh. It's just sister spoiling her appetite and mine. Effing bullshit. Oh. For whatever reason, Nanami placed her bag on her lap and started digging through its contents. Then she proudly took out... Ghetto Froggy! Oh, it's defective?
不良品じゃないよ。先週出たギョロリゲロカエル。
Goggling Ghetto Froggy.
知らないんだ。やっぱ
Is it for us? Is for me?
ゲロカエルって毎週
Every Friday? That's a lot.
もう全部で12種類ぐらいあるんだから。
Seriously? Was there really enough demand for weekly releases?
ナナが携帯につけてるのは最初に出た普通のゲロカエルでしょ、で、次がデブッチョゲロカエルで、その次がカクカクゲロカエル。
Without skipping a beat, Nanami recited the names of the various Ghetto Froggies.
第4弾がのっぺらゲロカエルで、第5弾が輝くゲロカエル。第6弾が
She's really into them, huh? Cat Ghetto Froggy? Sounds cute.
幽霊ゲロカエル、眠るゲロカエル、燃えるゲロカエル、ゾンビゲロカエル、酔っ払いゲロカエル。
How the hell did she remember all those? Hang on. Had she?
お前コンプリートしてるの
Has she?
もちろんだよ。集めなきゃいいな。毎週
I mean, I guess so. For a half-assed piece of garbage like that? To be honest, even I could set out a better design. Wait, why had she even decided to start lecturing me on Ghetto Froggies to begin with? Yeah, gotta catch them all.
というわけで、このギョロリゲロカエルあげる。
なんで
このストラップを携帯につければ、少しは女子からやるなっていう目で見てもらえるから。
After saying that, Nanami started to put the strap on my phone. I don't want that. The F?
コンプしなきゃ意味ないんだろ。僕がそれもらったらお前揃わない。
Was it a double?
心配しなくて大丈夫。2つ買ったもん。
毎回2つ買ってるのか。
I was starting to seriously doubt her aesthetic taste.
今回だけだよ。お兄の携帯用に余分に買ったもん。
Well, thanks.
わざわざ。
Having now finished attaching the strap, Nanami gave a satisfied nod before wrapping her mouth around her soda straw. Then she suddenly leaned forward, startling me.
別に並んだのはお兄のためじゃないよ。あくまでついでなんだから。
いらない。
No! Accept it! Still leaning forward, Nanami opened her eyes wide. She looked like she might throttle me at any moment.
いらないって。ナナがわざわざ買ってきてあげたのに。
ついでだったんだろ。っていうか、僕ゲロカエルとか興味ないし、むしろキモいし。
だからお兄は女子にモテないんだよ。
I'd almost expected her to slap me, but surprisingly, Nanami managed to rein in her temper and sit back down. Then, instead of taking her anger out on me, she started nibbling on a fry instead as she sulked.
でも抵抗しても無駄だからね。よろりゲロカエルもうくっつけた。
She sure was acting like the queen of everything. Then again, I knew jack shit about cell phones, so it was true that Nanami knew best
も
here.
し勝手に外したら毎週並んでもらうの刑だからね。
並ぶって何に？
For the next ghetto froggy.
新作ゲロカエルを買うための行列。
A couple hours.
普通だから。
Not a chance in hell. No way was I gonna let my sister hit me with a threat like that. For a while after that, Nanami wordlessly continued to fiddle around with my phone. I wasn't particularly picky about whatever she was setting up, so I was honestly grateful for the silence.
変な気分だな。
The next time she opened her mouth, her sullen demeanor from before had completely disappeared. I guess she only needed a few minutes to forget annoying shit instead of having to sleep it off. Talk about easy going. In a way, I envied her.
うん、やっぱ変だよ。お兄とこうして二人で出かけるのって久しぶりな気がするもん。
I mean, it probably has been a while, huh?
いつ以来かな。よく思い出せないや。お兄はいっつも部屋にこもってアニメ見てるかゲームしてるかだもんね。ま、たまにはこういうのもいいかな、新鮮で。さすがに毎日はナナも嫌だけど。
Oh. Burger. Fish sandwich. When I placed my phone on the table and picked up her fish sandwich, she happily undid the wrapping, then heartily sank her teeth in. Come to think of it, I feel like she'd said at one point that the fish sandwich here was her favorite food.
せいぜい太るがいいさ。
The instant cutting out of the music, Nanami instantly stopped moving. She glared at me menacingly. Then, after hesitating for a second, she bashfully held out her half-eaten fish sandwich.
半分食べる？
もう手遅れだよ。
That laugh. Hey, let her enjoy her sandwich in peace.
そういうこと言うと上司に嫌われるって覚えといた方がいいよ、バカ鬼。
Nanami ended up finishing the fish sandwich on her own. Good for her. I mean, I imagine if she didn't finish it all the way, he'd still be complaining, right? Since he bought it. After that, Nanami held me hostage with hours of useless chatter, and by the time I finally had my phone back, it was already dark. Judgment is nigh for this city. It'd been a long, painful few hours, but eventually I was able to get away from Nanami and start heading back home. Fall seemed to be in full swing now, with the night breeze carrying a slight chill, one that soothed my headache and nausea. Those two things never failed to torment me whenever I spent a long time in crowds. Oh. And it's good that he doesn't actually mean it, but... Still, don't say that. She only ever thought about herself. She probably didn't even have a clue about how much torture she constantly inflicted on me. If I had the option, I'd love to snap my new phone cleanly in half right now and throw it into the nearest trash can. It wasn't like I'd bought it with my own money, after all. But if I actually did that, it wouldn't just be Nanami that'd come to my base, but my parents, too. And then, without picking up on a damn thing, they just go, "Oh, since it broke on you, let's go and buy you a new one," like the idiots they were. Thus, I reluctantly suppressed my urges to smash the damn thing. I needed to get home, and quickly. I could hear another night of ESO calling my name. Not a single day had passed recently that hadn't filled me with endless anxiety. I really hoped my peaceful everyday life would hurry up and come back already. Surprised nothing really has... Oh. I was gonna say, I was surprised like nothing bad has happened since, but on that night another grotesque case occurred. The fourth Nugent case. But I guess since we're talking about it like this, we didn't like witness it personally, right? Yeah. Like always, Graham laid out the details to me when I was playing ESO. What's up, Grim? A bit later than usual today, eh? Whose eyes are those eyes? Not him, too. I couldn't believe my eyes. Why did Grim know that phrase? I was completely taken aback. My fingers trembled on the keyboard. Was it like at the crime scene or something? The fourth case? I didn't even know where to start with responding. Hell, even just looking at what he typed nearly took everything out of me. The fourth Nugent case happened. Following the shitstorm this whole time, things were really heating up in Shibuya. This one's seriously effing crazy, dude. Lol, the victim's corpse had all the blood completely drained out. Ugh. They found them dead in the Inokashira station bathroom. The corpse was really something. The skin had turned green all over. Ugh. Freaky. Seriously, goddamn freaky. Lately, I've even started thinking that the occult theories might even be true, TBH. There's no way a person could do this. I bit my lip as I watched the messages flow. My imagination came very close to forming an image, but I was just barely able to keep that delusion at bay. I took a gulp of cola from the bottle to calm myself somewhat. Damn that Grim. He had to be ambushing me like this on purpose. No reaction? How do you know so much about it? You're talking like almost like you were there. Well, something like that. Also, I guess you're still not interested in this stuff, Needheart? New gen and all that jazz? Not enough to follow it. Too busy grinding in ESO. Never change, old lightning-fast Needheart. A true video game addict that puts the rest of us to shame. That's why we love you, that's why we admire it. I didn't really want to talk about New Gen, so I somehow managed to fool Grim into bringing the topic to an end. Now you take a look at this. Auction? What do you think? What could this be? Sensing some serious bait. Last time you'd done this, you'd acted like it was some gory shit, only for it to be some random dumbass meme. This time could very well be the opposite. Well, you seriously don't know about it? About what? Actually, a wrong-sider, Needheart? F off. Fine, what is it? What if I said it's related to your precious seira-tan? Oh, seira-tan? For real? Then I had to look. As far as I could tell, the URL looked like it linked to some auction page, so it probably wouldn't crash my browser or hit me with anything mentally scarring. Slightly excited, I opened the link. What could it be? Type B in blood. Type B blood in short supply. Just like the thing we picked up. No. 18 plus auctions. Type B blood and short. selling ratings vampire one. Payment method. Current bid. 40,000 yen. Like 3,000 something USD. Time left 1 day. What is my cat doing? Okay. Huh. Type B blood in short supply. It felt like I'd seen the title somewhere before. Might have been deja vu again. Anyway, more importantly, I spun my mouse wheel and scrolled down the page. You know, sometimes I like I skim over the whole thing before I start reading, and then other times I just start reading and then I see what's coming up and it's just like Okay. could tell at a glance that the image that came up on my monitor was obviously gore. I averted my gaze to my left monitor in a panic, then quickly closed the browser. The gore had only been on my screen for less than 3 seconds, and the time I spent actually looking at it was even less than that. But even so... It's a picture of the corpse from the 4th Nugent case, from before the mass media started reporting on it. I mean, it really was green, huh? It's being sold in an auction like it's totally normal. It's like they're putting a price on the victim's tragic state itself. So basically, the seller is 100% the Nugent culprit. Isn't that insane? The seller name is Vampire. Well, it's probably just some throwaway. Even so, this has already caused a total shitstorm online. Been posted all over tons of image boards. There's even memes. People do this shit way too fast, though. Hey, did you notice the dying message? No, I did not look at it that closely in the image. Dying message? It's written on the wall with the victim's blood. Still can't believe it's there. The culprit probably did it for shits and giggles. Hello, Needheart-san, you alive? Is your comp frozen? Dying message, dun dun dun. I'd only seen the image for an instant, and yet... Oh, are we gonna see it again? It's gonna pop up again? No, okay.
こんな世界は虚構のゲームの世界に違いないんだ。
The victim's last message, written sloppily in deep red blood, had been burned into my mind. No matter how much I tried not to think about it, the letters rose one by one on my closed eyelids, urging me to realize them. Oh, is it... those eyes. I knew the words all too well, words I often murmured to myself. Words I asked nobody in particular. The words Graham first said when I jumped on ESO. It was like they were everywhere now. Those words that I never actually said to anyone throughout my entire life. Look! Okay. Whose eyes are those eyes? So much blood! Scary. Oh! Chapter 2, click me. Finish chapter 2. Oh wow, nice. Okay, chapter 3, Shogun. Okay. Late night Shibuya, 4 a.m. Despite being... Oh my god. Despite being named the city that never sleeps, very few people were currently present at its most popular locale, Scramble Crossing. Okay, let me save. It's been a little while. Save over this one. Okay. Also, I'll probably end the stream soonish, but let's play a little more. Instead, many taxis were parked in their place, ready to... She's knocking stuff off. Ready to carry away the drunks, unwilling to wait for the first train of the morning. A generous amount of the drivers were reclined in their seats, napping. The more diligent drivers leaned against their steering wheels as their eyes stared idly toward the hot spots, the most frequent ones being Center Guy and the 107 building. However, they were not trying to ascertain whether or not any of the passerbys were potential customers. Instead, they focused intently on the movements of the sanitation workers who had arrived about 30 minutes before. The 5 to 6 men who were thought to be sanitation workers due to their yellow armbands were thought to be, each of which had sanitation reporter written on them. It was very likely that, without the armbands, no one would have recognized them as such, but there was something particularly odd about the men. They were all wearing black suits. Just like the person in our memories from at the hospital. Furthermore, ever since their arrival, they had yet to show any signs of cleaning at all. Instead, one man held a strange instrument resembling a pendulum, and the surrounding men appeared to be measuring something. This was not restricted to just the one area, however. From the center of Scramble Crossing to the very edge of it, they left no spot untouched, writing all their findings down on various scraps of paper. Even now, they were taking measurements from directly beneath the traffic signals, silently observing the moments of the pendulum. At last, the instrument let out a small chime.
地点 L2 の8
Sanitation
0.62 メガ
reporters.
GE ハイスコアです
Highest score yet.
先月より38ポイントもアップか。思った通りだ。
But there was no one present in the early morning Shibuya to pay attention to the odd mumbling and behavior. The taxi drivers would speed off as soon as patrons boarded their cars, quickly forgetting about the mysterious sanitation workers. The drunks were hardly conscious, leaving them unable to see anything around them to begin with. The old nightlife workers who had just clocked out, finally free from the stress of smiling at repulsive drunkards, jumped into taxis to get home as soon as possible. Thus, not a single person was around to notice that the government had not scheduled any plans whatsoever for cleaning to take place that morning. Nozomi? Maybe? Newton number 4, Vampire. Even after the weekend had passed, the uproar brought on by the 4th Nugent case, now dubbed the Vampire Incident, hadn't even come close to calming down. A man's corpse had been found with all of its blood taken out of it, leaving the surface of the body a sickly, inhuman shade of green. It had been discovered in a bathroom at Shibuya Station, a part of the Inokashira line. In addition, it was uncovered that a photograph of the corpse had been posted to an online auction, and considering the abnormality and brutality of the murder, it was inevitable that both the mass media and @channel jumped on it. Special attention had been paid to the headline of the auction page, which read, "Type B blood in short supply." Tissue packs advertising an upcoming blood drive had been handed out in large quantities in front of Shibuya Station a few days prior to the incident, and the exact same message had been written on them. I had one of those tissue packs on hand. Reading back over it again now, the insanely strange words didn't read like an ad for a blood drive anymore. They read like some kind of advanced message of the crime. The police had supposedly been searching for the part-timers handing out the tissue packs, but they had yet to find any of them. She didn't Taco say it was like a cute girl or something, which is why he took it? But however, there is one area where the vampire differed pretty heavily from the previous cases. While there had already been elements of it in the crucifixion case, the intent for it to be a theatrical crime was much more obvious with this one. A few media outlets had begun clamoring for increased police presence via patrols, or for a late-night curfew for people under 18. But the number of young people visiting the city showed no signs of declining. They were just as packed as usual, with people flooding over every nook and cranny at Suntegai and Scramble Crossing. News. Taboo. The internet was so thirsty for news, a group of people trying to be Snake had snuck into Shibuya late at night to post live updates, and there had also been a phrase that was trending among the city's younger population. Whose eyes are those eyes? It wasn't just online either. That phrase had penetrated the ranks of each and every Dokyun walking around Shibuya. On that channel, it had become common practice to tack the phrase onto anything, regardless if it was related or not. This week's ep of Blood Tune won't have much seira-tan. Whose eyes are those eyes? The new patch's weapons are so weak, they're actually unusable. Whose eyes are those eyes? What whose eyes are those eyes is that from? And so on. To people my age, Eugen was probably just something new and exciting to follow, the newest shit show to obsess over, but to me, it was the most aggravating thing possible. Regardless, a whole 3 days had passed since the vampire case, so I'd been able to calm down a little. Of course, there was still a nagging uneasiness in the corner of my mind, but by losing myself in ESO over the weekend, I'd been able to temporarily forget about all that irritating, inexplicable garbage. Even though I'd had to go to school today, I'd been able to get through my classes by either sleeping through them or thinking about the stats and frame data of ESO's various items. I guess I leveled up a bit. Foohee. Okay, we're back at the internet cafe. And so, on my way home from school, I stopped by at cafe for the first time in a while. It made me happy to see that the room I usually used, room 37, was vacant and ready for me. The last time I'd set foot in it was at least 2 weeks ago, meaning this was the longest gap I'd ever had between visits. The sour breeze flowing from the air conditioning, the manga stained with the smell of tobacco. How comfortable it was to sit back in the recliner, the snores of old men cutting through the silent, still air. It all provided the store's interior with an aura of pure nostalgia.
ルーム37の PC のチャットログをそこから分かったことは、あなた一人の自作自演。将軍はあなた自身。
Will we check now? Or... Remembering Yua's words, I cautiously glanced over at the neighboring room 36. I'd made sure no one was there when I'd entered the cafe, and since I wasn't hearing any noise, it was probably still unoccupied. Didn't stop me from being anxious about the possibility, though. I got up and slowly peered over the divider, and I saw that room 36 was still empty. Relieved, I sank back into my recliner. I hadn't seen Yua since then. We were in different grades and I didn't go to school that often, so it made sense why we hadn't come across each other. What if she's still following you, though? You're one to talk, buddy. I couldn't help but pity her. She was clearly sick in the head. I'd be better off just leaving her be. Besides, meeting her at all had been a freak accident. Over the past 2 weeks or so, I'd been dragged into all sorts of random bullshit. Before then, my everyday life had been completely vanilla, and Misumi-kun was pretty much the only one who talked to me. So why was it that basically nothing but weird, inexplicable bullshit had been happening to me recently? Okay. I screamed and my cat looked over at me. I wanted to avoid thinking about that garbage as much as humanly possible. That dying message had to be just a coincidence. The words were all pretty common after all. If I thought of it, there's no reason someone else wouldn't have been able to as well. I had no interest in who that message was aimed at. No, I couldn't be interested. That was what I told myself anyhow. Our phone is ringing? Suddenly something started ringing nearby. I jolted up in surprise and a shudder ran through me as I stayed rooted in my recliner. It was the sound of a phone ringing. But whose was it? Because the store was so quiet, the electronic sound rang out all the louder. I looked around, but I couldn't locate a phone anywhere.
もしかして
A thought came to my mind and I fished around in my bag. Sure enough, the ringing was coming from the cell phone I'd bought just a few days prior. I glanced warily at the LCD display. Normally, the caller's name would be displayed there. Whose phone is this phone? It's October 13th now, 5:01 p.m. Was it a good idea to answer? I didn't like talking to people that much, so probably not. Who the hell was calling me anyway? I hadn't told anyone my phone number yet. The only people who knew it even existed were my family, with none of me nosy. I was making sure to put them in my address book. And one of the people registered in my address book called, their name should display, meaning that whoever was calling wasn't a family member. Let's see, it's Tokomo. Tokomo. So who was this? The phone kept on ringing persistently. Did people who had phones usually force people to listen to the ringing for this long? I'd never used one of them before, so I wouldn't know, but it was incredibly annoying. To suddenly invade someone's privacy like this, cursing them with an obnoxious ringing until they picked up. A socially acceptable way to invade someone's privacy. That was exactly why I didn't want one of these stupid things. Oh, it stopped. Relieved, I checked the screen again. Missed calls 1 was displayed on it. I had no interest in returning this rando's call, so I decided to leave it be. It'd be a pain in the ass if this happened again in the future, so I should really figure out how to set up my voicemail. Cell phones were such a pain in the ass. I didn't even like phones to begin with. I mean, come on. They were freaky as hell. How exactly were you supposed to know if the person you were talking to on the other end was the actual person you thought it was? With how prevalent fraud was nowadays, were people actually taking the proper measures to make sure they were talking to the right person? I couldn't help but wonder how people would be able to calmly have a conversation with someone who might be an impersonator. Even if I understood the gist of how it worked, it was hard to believe that my voice could somehow reach distant places through a phone line. When you talk on the phone, your voice is temporarily converted into electrical signals. They pass through the phone lines until they reach the recipient, where they are then restored back to normal. That's when they become audible. In order to talk on the phone, you need to go through this conversion process at least twice. With a cell phone, your voice is first converted into electrical signals. Then, it travels to a nearby base station via radio waves, which then run through normal phone lines to the switching station, then to the closest base station to the recipient, before finally arriving at their cell phone right afterward. It was a bizarre, complicated process. If my voice was replaced by electrical signals, could the other party really hear my voice word for word exactly as I'd sent it? In fact, wasn't it possible that in the conversion process, my voice and my words could be transformed into something completely different? For instance, if I called Nanami but instead of connecting to her, it connected to some strange shady facility, and there I would end up talking to someone I had never met, who was only pretending to be Nanami. Maybe they wouldn't even be a person, but a computer instead. That was the big reason why phone calls freaked me out so much. They were even scarier than talking to someone face to face. Phone calls all kind of scary. Not for that reason, I guess, for me, but... Oh? When I logged into ESO as Lieselot, as was often the case, 3 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. Cute person here. It'd been 2 weeks since I'd last used her, but she made for a pretty good support, so I was feeling pretty satisfied. I left At Cafe in a good mood and started heading home. Center Guy was as packed and noisy as usual, which irritated me. The bright lights illuminating the streets from the various shops made it hard to believe it was nighttime. And at the end of the well-lit road, despite the crowds, I clearly saw her, causing me to stop dead in my tracks. That one girl. Ah! Her, yes. In the midst of so many people, she glared directly at me. Right smack in the middle of Center Guy, where people were coming and going without reprieve, where it was difficult to even walk straight. She stood still, resting the gigantic sword she carried on her shoulder. So cool. The spectacle was completely absurd. And yet, no one paid her sword any mind. The stream of people flowed right past her with no change in demeanor. She was the girl I'd seen at 107. She had been there when Nanami was dragging me around to buy a cell phone. The shape of her sword, her suime uniform, her long black hair, everything matched perfectly. Back then, she had been standing at the top of the stairs in front of 107, watching the passers-by come and go. And I remembered the sharpness of her glare. I had met her once before, at school. Yeah. She had these almond-shaped eyes and clean-cut model-like features, and yet they only served to make her seem all the more unapproachable, and it was all capped off by that long silky black hair that stretched all the way down to her waist. She was Girl B, the one who had so rudely probed me in the corridors after school one day, asking me who I was. Come to think of it, why was she glaring at me? Thinking maybe it wasn't me she was looking at, I turned around. Usually when something like this happened, more often than not, they were just looking at someone who happened to be behind me. But that wasn't the case here. The one she was glaring at, her gaze filled with intense hostility, had to be me. I froze. I knew now what it felt like to be someone's prey. Glaring back was out of the question. I was always terrible at looking people in the eye, so I couldn't help but stare down at the pavement. Why not glare back? For fun, you know? I should run. Normally, I'd go home by taking a left at Scramble Crossing, where she was standing, and then I would end up next to Book Fad, but today I headed for the station instead. There are a lot of people there, but I'd rather that than deal with some scary 3D girl harassing me. Hell, she might even try to mug me. Or maybe she was only feigning being alone, and she actually had several Dokuns looking nearby, waiting for her to lure me in so that they could beat the shit out of me. To be honest, they'd probably one-shot me. Like I'd fall for that. I swiveled to the right, only to be caught completely off guard. Yeah! Did she swing at us? Or somehow the girl was right in front of me. Flustered, I turned back around to look at Scramble Crossing. She was no longer there. I looked in front of me once again. The girl with the sword was still glaring at me just as she had been before. What the hell? When did she get around me? Legs could only move so fast. That was practically teleportation. And besides, how could she have predicted that I'd turn around in the first place? Yes. Her voice reached my ears with extreme clarity. I frantically looked around me. I wanted to think she was talking to someone else. Even though I already knew full well who she was talking to, I searched for anyone else she could be directing that "hey you" toward. But obviously, there was no one. A number of businessmen walking by glanced at Girl B inquisitively, only to realize she wasn't talking to them and walked away. Girl B, who had been standing there imposingly the entire time, took a sudden step toward me. That was all the confirmation I needed. Girl B had been targeting me after all. She's pointing it. I guess, can normal people not see the sword, maybe? Do you see it? Rude as ever. In my 17 years of life, I could probably count the number of times a girl had talked to me like this on one hand. Well, I guess there are times when Kirimiya Tsubaki, aka Tsunko, talked to me like that, but it was in a tsundere kind of way. Granted, Tsunko is just a 2D character from the Eroge Tell Me doll. Girl B kept getting closer and closer as those stupid thoughts raced through my head. Why does she feel so intimidating even though she's a girl, I wondered. But the reasons were simple. The sharp look in her eyes and the gigantic sword she was carrying. For a sword, it had a fairly unique shape. It was the kind of thing that operated on anime logic. It had an awesome design, but if you actually used it in real life, it'd be completely unusable. It had to be from some mecha anime. Had there been any mecha anime that started airing recently? Even though I knew it was a prop for some random anime cosplay, it still looked incredibly sharp and solid. Like if you even so much just touched it, it would slice your fingers clean off. It's really a scary image to have. What a strange sword. Yeah. Yeah, we can see it. Girl B had already cut the distance between us by 2 meters. If she swung her sword, it would hit me. Flustered, I took a step back, but it was too late. Girl B closed the distance further and further. Okay, we have a choice here. She'd actually swung the sword. Okay, I think I'll leave it here. I'll leave the decision making to the me in the future on Sunday. Okay, let me save. Save. Yes. Okay. And I think I'll eat some noodles. Kinda hungry. But let me return to the title menu. Yes. Oh wait! I should have read the tips actually. Okay, let me. Nah. I'll save reading the tips for next time, I guess. I feel like my voice is a little dead right now, so I'm like, I don't want to read them. But yeah, good meal. Thanks for watching. I shall. But also, I want to see how I think was it an extra? Yeah, you can see like the percentages here. It's kind of interesting. Whose eyes are those eyes? We're at 22%. Alma achievement rate 13%. Yeah, 9 endings. We have not reached a single one yet. But yeah. Alright, I shall go now, but thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a good rest of your day / night. Yeah. Alrighty. My mouse. I hope when I restart my computer, maybe it'll like be back to normal. But alright, bye bye. I hope you all have a good rest of your